just add a few things. Several years ago in 2017, there was a decision that, albeit may have been temporary intent or long-term if it panned out, if it truly saved money, if it was in the best interest of the city of Fremont, and if it was truly best for the utility company. Mr. Newton was hired as manager of the utility, director of that section of the city, which, as you know, by state statute, financially fiduciary responsibilities are separated. That said, that's where his expertise lied. He was hired and we overhauled. Following that, we overhauled the municipal code to accommodate a solitary position. What was unbeknownst at the time is how slowly things are evolving into a manager form of governance. Right now, you have a mayor, council, commission form of governance. In that pecking order, the mayor sits at the helm. And the council supports that, helps guide him. He guides council. You have a rapport. You make a decision because you are the governing body. That is your authority. Your group of 8 and the mayor is the strongest body in the city of Fremont. You make the decisions for all of us. And it's an enormous task and an enormous responsibility not to be taken lightly. That said, over the years, some of the authority of the committees, or I should say the boards, have been reduced down to nothing more than advisory boards. The utility board, which was a director of public works, which had by authority from state statute, decision-making capacity, and no longer does. For whatever reason, there's an intent to hold a meeting right before your meeting. And basically there's no decisions made. They just kind of shake their head and move on. And that's fine. I'm not denigrating the utility board's infrastructure group. I'm just saying that's what's transpired. The park boards cannot buy a tent awning for the dog park. They can't hook up plumbing. They can't make decisions, no financial decisions anymore in any capacity. Everything is a yes or a no, a discussion, bring it to the council, and that's fine. And then the library board. There is the allowance in state statute for it to vet and hire its director and to allow for it to operate within its budget. That's gone. Now this changeover into this form of managerial has been slow coming and it's still evolving. Kearney, Nebraska operates on it, but it's operated on it for a long time. DeKalb, Illinois, one of the closer cities, also operates on a managerial. Do you all have that strong of a tie, Mr. Newton, and that trust that you want to leave it lie there? So I would say, please open up your eyes, please open up your ears, and don't let personality conflicts keep you from listening to what your other councilmen have to say. I'll get off that soapbox. I would please ask that when decisions are made with the law enforcement center, with a police station, regardless, that you offer it to the citizens to vote. That was something that was pushed early on. And I would ask that you please maintain that. That was promised by former mayor. That was promised by former councils. That was to be at the permission of the voters. We do need something. What that something is, I don't know, but without interference of those that want it in a specific location, but rather let the public judge where they feel they need it to work. We have a growing population, not as fast as we thought it would be when the 2020 census came out, but we also have a very high crime rate. Fremont is 7th on one of the worst places to live in the state of Nebraska, not just because economy, but because of the high rent versus income, and also the high rate of crime per capita. We have shootings, we have stabbings, we have rape, we have different domestic assaults, we have child abuse. You can keep going through the laundry list. Just because you don't see it in the news and you don't hear it on the radio doesn't mean it's not happening. I would ask that you please make a serious consideration and allow the voters to make the decision when the time comes. Thank you.
Lori Adams.
Lori Adams, 2824 Laverna in Fremont.
I have just a few takeaways from the budget meetings that we have had. Number one, when the salary ordinances were passed on September the 9th by a vote of 5-3, they were only passed because it had the vote of the mayor. Without the mayor's vote, the ordinances would have failed by a vote of 4-2. I refer you back to the council meeting that was held on March the 30th, when Councilman Legmed made a motion to hold a first reading. That motion failed 4-3 when the mayor spoke up and said that he voted yes, resulting in the motion to pass 5-3. However, legal intercepted, stating that according to section 2-201, the mayor can only vote when there is an equally divided council. And since there was not an equally divided council, he could not be the fifth vote on that motion. So now I am just curious as to why and how the rules changed from one meeting to the next. And I don't mean to be critical of the mayor. That is not my intent here. But maybe there needs to be some clarification as to when a mayor can and cannot vote. Number two, in regards to your last meeting, just prior to the new council member being sworn in, there was an exchange between Councilman Yerger and legal counsel. In that exchange, Yerger had declared an appeal to the ruling of the chair. Legal's response was 3 words: good for you, and turned his head and carried on with the oath of the new council member. I know this may seem very petty, but I do not believe this is a manner in which to conduct a council meeting. I don't care whose side of the fence that you were on. That response was very unprofessional. And that type of conduct should not be tolerated on any of your fellow council members. Number 3, in regards to the swearing in of the new council member at the last meeting, I found the timing of it a little suspicious. There had been several meetings that had already taken place concerning the budget up to that point, with literally hours and hours of debate and public comments that this council member was not privy to. Yet he was put in an awkward position where he potentially could have been the deciding vote on a budget that he literally had zero participation on. Perhaps waiting for the next council meeting to be sworn in, or maybe an abstention of the budget would have been more appropriate. And nothing against you personally, Councilman Vaughn, and I congratulate you on your position. And I don't mean to be all critical here, so I want to end on a good note. I want to thank the council for allowing the public to have more input in this process. I want to thank you for wanting to hear the voices of your constituents. I thank you for reprioritizing the 32nd Street and Railroad Claremore projects. I thank you for eliminating the ridiculous $15 million project of the Yeager 23rd Street intersection. I thank you for not increasing the property tax mill levy. And most of all, I thank you for your commitment for the 6 new firefighters. We may not agree on when the funding should start, but we still have plans for new firefighters next year, and that is a good thing. My last comment is only a suggestion. When viewing these council meetings online, it would be nice to be able to see how each council member votes on each motion. Although we are shown the vote tally when we are present, I think we should be given the same opportunity when viewing meetings online. If you are not able to show the screen online, then if Tyler could just read the nay votes when something doesn't pass, so the public knows what happened, would be very helpful. So as always, I truly thank you all for listening. We may not always agree on everything, but I thank you for taking the time to listen to the public's input and concerns.
Again, we have a few minutes left for open public comment. Should we? For sure. Okay. Time is now 7 o'clock. Before we begin, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will open up the Board of Equalization meeting and call it to order. The Open Meetings Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call.
Please vote for roll call. 7 council members are present, Mayor.
Moving on to item 1, resolution 2021-140, levying a special tax and assessment in the amount of $367.36 against Hawthorne Heights. This would be at 335 West 21st Avenue to pay the cost of weed and debris removal and assessment. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor and council, these 4 items on the Board of Equalization meeting tonight, they're for property cleanups. City staff goes in, cleans up the property, and then we bill that to the people whose property, the property owners. And then we send them a notice in the mail. If we don't receive payment or a response to that notice, then this is the next step in the process. In addition to the cost for removal of the item in the cleanup, $20 is added for the cost of filing and releasing the lien. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have regarding this item.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
Move approval of resolution 2021-140.
Councilman Sukram. Cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 2, resolution 2021-141, levying a special tax and assessment in the amount of $381.39 against Giffords. This is at 325 North Garfield Street to pay the cost of weed and debris removal and assessment. Are there any questions for staff? Are there any comments from the public? Are there any additional comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem.
Move to approve resolution 2021-141.
Councilman Jensen.
I will second.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 3, resolution 2021-142, levying a special tax and assessment in the amount of $367.36 against R. Kittles. This would be at 905 East Military Avenue to pay the costs of weed and debris removal and assessment. Are there any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen.
If no further comment, I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2021-142.
Councilman Legban.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 4. Resolution 2021-143, levying a special tax and assessment in the amount of $598.62 against industrial buildings, RR Row property improvements. This is at 150 South Main Street to pay the costs of weed and debris removal and assessment. Are there any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Take a motion in regards to resolution 2021-143. Councilman Legman.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2021-143.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Take a motion to adjourn the Board of Equalization meeting. Councilman Jensen,
I will make the motion to adjourn.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Board of Equalization meeting is adjourned. Time is now 7:06. I will open up the city council regular meeting. Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call.
Please vote for roll call. 7 council members are present, Mayor.
Next item on the agenda is mayor's comments. Tonight, I'm pleased to present the September 2021 Service Awards. First, Dan Nemechek, 5 years of service. Dan was hired in 2016 as a power plant shift supervisor for the power plant. Next, Peter Kafanek, 5 years of service. Peter was hired in 2016 as a firefighter EMT for the fire department. In 2017, Peter became a firefighter EMT paramedic. Next, Elisa Cruz, 5 years of service. Elisa was hired in 2016 as a librarian 1 for the city library. Come on up, Lisa. Congratulations. And finally, for tonight, Mark Viladol, 40 years of service. Mark was hired in 1981 as a maintenance worker 2 for the street department. He was promoted to an equipment operator 2 in 1987. In 1995, Mark was promoted to a street construction supervisor. And then again, in 1999, he was promoted to a superintendent of public services. Mark, congratulations, 40 years of service. Come on up, receive your award. That concludes my comments for tonight. Moving on to item 1. Motion to adopt current agenda for the September 28th, 2021 regular meeting. Are there any changes to the agenda by either staff or council? Councilman Yerger.
I'd like to suggest that council move item 18 ahead of item 19, so staff doesn't need to stay for executive session.
Are there any other changes? Seeing none, I would take a motion to amend the agenda and move items 19 ahead of 18. Councilman Jensen,
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Councilman Legman,
I'll second it.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now I take a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Councilman Legman,
I make a motion to approve the amended agenda.
Councilman Jensen,
I will second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to public hearings. Item 2, ordinance 5589 to amend 2021 fiscal year budget. Consider request to suspend rules and hold final reading. This time, we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. What you have before you tonight is an amendment to the 2021 budget statement. that was approved in September of 2019. What you're being asked to do is simply ratify actions you've already taken. The reason for the need for the amendment is based on the fact that when a city or county refunds and reissues bonds, the actual refunding piece where you're paying off those old bonds, that counts as a disbursement for budget purposes. And this year in particular, with $75 million in bonds being reissued, there was not room in the budget for that purpose. I had mentioned, let's see, I didn't put this in the staff report and I apologize, but I do have some additional information for you. The gross savings on those council actions, there was City Council Resolution 2020-135, 2020-136, Council Resolution 2021-058, and 2021-059. The savings that you provided ratepayers, the gross amount was $14.5 million in interest. And that's a net present value savings of, like in today's dollars, you save $12 million for that refunding. So what we're asking you to do, and you have my sincere apologies. I didn't think that, we've never done this before, so I didn't think that, play the tape to the end. I knew that counties often do this on the last meeting of the year so that they're sure that they have adequate cover. It didn't occur to me that it's by ordinance. And so we are asking for you to waive the 3 readings and place on final reading tonight so that that amendment is done before the end of the fiscal year. If we fail to do that, the city is in violation of the State Budget Act. And as the meeting was starting, I've already put in a reminder in my Outlook to check on this in July next year so that we would have time through August and September to hold the necessary 3 readings. Short of doing refundings, bond refundings and that kind of thing, we normally don't have to do this at all. But this year with the $73 million, it kind of tipped us over the top. And as we were going through the budget process and filling out the budget forms, that became painfully obvious. And I think I mentioned a couple times that you'd be asked to do this. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Jody. Councilman Lightban.
So we'll be saving with this, that you write 14 million. And it's for the life of the bonds, which would be 15, 20 years. What is it usually? 20?
Right. We didn't extend the life of any of those bonds, which is a plus. That's just the difference between not refunding. If we had just paid, think of it like your mortgage. If you just go ahead and make all your mortgage payments, you're going to pay X. This was just simply refinancing at a lower rate. And by doing so, we're saving 14.5 million in interest. Because of the size of the bonds, the $73 million is really what drives, because it's so large, that's why we're able to recognize those savings.
Councilman Yerger.
So I want to be clear, the ordinance or the resolutions numbers that you gave us, the 2021-35 and 6 and the 2021-058 and 59, those were actions previously taken by the council to reissue these bonds.
Correct.
And when were those? Obviously, some were passed last year, some this year. Do you recall exactly when those were approved by council?
I want to say
roughly?
July, roughly.
July of this year?
Well, the 2021s were July of this year. The 2020s were in July of last year,
Okay,
but we didn't actually reissue them until December of 2020, which, well, that still appears to be in 2020, is actually in the 2021 fiscal year.
okay. That was one of the clarifications I was looking for. And then you made a statement, and I wasn't sure that I fully understood it with regards to because of the size of the $75 million reissue or whatever. I thought you said we didn't have enough. I don't remember your exact words. Could you elaborate on?
The appropriation.
We didn't have enough
So-
appropriation.
Right. So if you look in your agenda to the page that, the first page of the amended budget, the number that you're always looking for is on line 25 of this exhibit, and it is the total disbursements and transfers. And initially, I believe that number for 2021 was about $203 million. And we actually need $233 million. No, forgive me, that's not correct. I don't know if I have that, the original amount. Let me see if I can find it quick, sorry.
While you're looking,
Mhm.
ultimately, this means nothing other than we're changing our reporting forms. But as far as anything else we're doing operationally or whatever, this is a non-issue. We just reissued the bonds. We're going to save some money in the long run. And we have to file this report with the state in order to be in compliance, showing that in fact we did just that. That's
you.
all this is.
That's very succinct, yes. And the number previously was 158,300,430. So the difference is about $73 million.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing, ordinance 5589. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Oh, thank you. I'll close the public hearing. Now, are there any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen,
With no additional comments, I'll make the motion to hold first reading of ordinance 5589.
Councilman Legband,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending the previously adopted budget statement to be termed the appropriation bill to appropriate sums for necessary expenses and liabilities, repealing all other ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, and to provide an effective date on first reading.
Councilman Jensen,
I will make the request to suspend the rules and move this to final reading.
Councilman Sukram,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending the previously adopted budget statement to be termed the appropriation bill to appropriate sums for necessary expenses and liabilities, repealing all other ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, and to provide an effective date on final reading.
Cast your final vote.
The ordinance is approved 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to the consent agenda, all items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or a citizen so requests, in which the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda by either staff, council, or the public?
Mayor, could I please have item number 4, the minutes removed for August 14th?
Yes. Okay. Councilman Yerger,
I'd like to have some discussion on items 6 and 10, please.
Councilman Ellis. Councilman Yerger.
Discussion on number 9, please.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Actually, a question that I have, and it would relate to payments probably last month. So number 3.
Okay. Are there any other items? Go ahead.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. I'd like to have item number 7 removed just simply for discussion and explanations.
There's no other items. I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda items 5 and 8. Councilman Vaughn,
So moved.
Councilman Sukram. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 3, motion to approve the September 15th, 2021 through September 28th, 2021 claims and authorize checks to be drawn on proper accounts. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ganem, with your question.
And actually, it's one that's been previously paid, because we do get lawyer fees. Once a month, we get a report. And part of that, it's just been interesting, because part of that is public records request. And it looks significant, because it's over 25% of the total bill. Like last month, it was over $14,000 of the 54,000 that we owed. And that was like more like 28%. And that kind of varies month to month. And it seems like recently it's been pretty high. I called and I did have my question answered. My question was because I thought when records were requested, it had to be paid for. The cost had to be paid for. And the answer was given, yes, unless they're asking for copies, they have to pay for the actual cost. But labor is not included in that. And I think that was the answer, correct? I have that. And then my next question would be, because nothing's ever delineated, would it be public if I requested who's asking, or the organizations or the groups asking? Is that public record?
A couple of things. One, under the open meeting or the public records request statutes, the city can charge for labor after it is taken up to 4 hours. And that rarely happens with city staff members complying with the statute. Unfortunately, we can't recover attorney time under the statute. With the second issue, public records requests are public record. So if you wanted to request all of them, may take some time, but it's public record. So there's nothing the city would be able to do to withhold those records.
Okay, but I could request who's requesting. Is that correct?
So there is, to my knowledge, under the public records law too, the city is not obligated to create a document. So what you would receive would be all the public records request forms.
But not who requested.
It would include who requested it.
But I get all the records that they requested.
Not necessarily, there's a requesting form that's provided.
Oh, okay.
But if you have any other questions on it, we can.
Oh, I will,
go
because
over
I
that.
thought if it's mostly related to one area, that would focus us in on saying, hey, we need to be better, doing a better job here. If it's related to, say, finance or something.
Yeah.
Or if it's one department that we're asking for and requesting, we need to take a second look at that. That's all. And I wouldn't do what other cities do, because they do only do copy records and that charges, but we have the ability to do email records. And so that doesn't cost anything when we send out information to anyone. And I don't want to stop that. I was just trying to dig a little bit further. Thank you.
Councilman Ellis.
Can you clarify to us who actually does those requests? That's somebody at your law firm, right?
Yes, Molly Miller handles most of them that come through. Whenever a request is made, it's sent to us to make sure there's no documents under the statute that should be withheld or anything like that. And then they're retrieved and response is
So a
provided.
Paralegal doesn't do that. It's Molly that does that.
She receives the request and then we have a paralegal that
Yeah, we spent as a city almost $48,000, actually over $48,000. And so
Yeah, there's
that's why I was
been
trying
a
to figure out.
substantial amount of,
What?
there's been a substantial amount of
Yeah,
requests
and
that
that's-
require
that just kind of
voluminous.
tells me as a community, we have a lot of people and the citizens that don't trust its government. And so the form is out there on the city website, and it's being used quite heavily at the tune of about $48,000 so far this year. So yeah, I'd like to see that get lower, but I don't know if any administrative stuff that we're going to do is get it lower. I think there's a trust issue with our government and the citizens of Fremont. So thanks.
Any other questions on this item? Are there any comments from the public? Go ahead.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. The question that I had was not in any disagreement or anything, but I looked on what you passed on your budget last year, 2 years ago. I didn't see where we had medical care for animal control down. And was concerned. We now have, a measly $95 on here. I just wondered where the budget was for this because I didn't see it and I may have missed it on the new budget year. However, there's a case that's going now through the courts, an animal being cared for, Maya, that had severe animal abuse, and the person is being prosecuted and actually had court case today initially, bonded out. But that animal is under extreme medical care right now, and it will cost well over $10,000. And I wondered, where is the budget coming from for that? And how was it budgeted? Because I apologize to Jody. If it's in there, I missed it, but I wanted to know where this was in your budget.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
I think I can just answer Susan's question. I believe this animal is under control of the Nebraska Humane Society is not under control of Fremont, and that's so, and I believe they're incurring those costs.
Councilman Yerger?
I had a similar question and Jody answered it in advance of with regards to the $95. I guess it seems to me with regards to the question from the public, there would have been no 2021 budget because we weren't in the CSO world at the time. So we weren't in the animal control business. I would expect there to be no budget in the police budget for even the $95, which is being incurred still in the old budget. Whether there was anything put in the new budget with regards to medical expenses for animal control or any of those kinds of things, I don't remember seeing that myself either, but maybe that's too far down in the detail that we don't see relative to whether there's budget dollars there, but there wouldn't have been any budget dollars for 2021. Is that not correct?
There was not a separate budget for animal control, but there was a provision for the contract with the Humane Society and other contractual services within the police department. And service agreements that they had to make sure that they were staying within their budget overall. We don't budget for, here is a bill for Hy-Vee. We need to have a line item that says we're going to pay Hy-Vee. We don't, that's not the way the budget works. That number that we talked about earlier is the budget that is approved, that total disbursements amount. And so we, within a particular department, they are asked to stay within their budget. However, that happens because things do change over the course of the year. In your own home, you might have had Spectrum, and now that we have Allo, you might change and say, I want to have Allo now. You don't change your family's budget for that purpose, and we don't amend the budget for things like that or worry about the provision for each and every single expenditure. it's up to the department heads to manage their budgets.
Well, and a $95 charge probably falls through the cracks with regards to the police department budget with or without CSO. So that's really not the issue. I suspect because it's a very small amount. But if in fact the numbers that were quoted for the care of this current dog, Maya, whatever, if those are thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars, we didn't certainly have any police budget that I'm aware of for 2021 that would have accommodated any expenditure at that level. Would that not be correct?
In 2021, that would be a true statement.
Yeah, and we're still, and if those bills were incurred in September of this year, that's 2021's budget.
Correct. I do understand, I've been told the same thing that Councilmember Jensen reported, that it is now in the charge of the Nebraska Humane Society. In addition, there's a GoFundMe page that has, and this is just a conversation on the news. It's greater than $20,000 right now, that GoFundMe page.
So we're not expecting the city to get charged for any of the expenses before the animal was turned over to the Nebraska Humane Society?
I'm not in a position to answer that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion to approve September 15, 2021 through September 28, 2021 claims. Councilwoman Ganem,
I move to approve the claims for September 15th to September 28th, 21.
Councilman Jensen. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 4, dispense with and approve August 14th, 2021 regular city council meeting minutes. Go ahead, Tyler.
Mayor and council, I received a inquiry regarding the final item, which is the executive session. And currently it states no action was taken. The request was to have that changed to Councilmember Yerger withdrew item from the agenda. And so I would ask for that amendment.
Councilman Yerger,
Make the motion to amend items 21, item 21 minutes for this particular version of the minutes for last meeting.
Councilman Sukram.
Yeah.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We need a vote as amended legal. Okay. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to just approve the minutes as amended.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 6. Motion to authorize city clerk to issue special designated license for Archbishop Bergen Catholic School in October 2021. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor and council, we received this request. We received it somewhat late, and so I've submitted the form to the Liquor Control Commission, and I'm not sure that we've received the license yet, but that's pending. And so provided the city council takes action to approve this tonight, I would be in a position where I could issue that license. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding this item. And I think Mr. Rainforth is possibly available here in the room, or maybe he's available on Zoom to answer any questions you may have.
He's here. Thank you, Tyler. Are there any questions first for Tyler? I'll open comments from the public. Are there any comments from the public or questions for the applicant? Councilman Yerger?
Well, I just wanted to get some clarity on this item. That's why I pulled it off. This is listed as being a high school homecoming tailgate post-game festivity, I guess. And the license from the Catholic school, which is pending, would be used for this function. So my question, this is a high school event, correct?
Well, the event's taking place before and after the high school football game out at Heatham Field. As part of the paperwork that I submitted to Tyler and to the Liquor Commission, there's like several things that you have to spell out for them to show that you're going to execute the license, safely and properly. And so the specifics of that, the area of the field that we're having designated for the license is the very northwest corner of Heatham Field, where Midland already has a couple of tents set up out there, and it's in the area in the northwest corner of the field where one of those tents is located. And when you have an outdoor event like this, one of the stipulations is that you have to double fence. And so we'll double fence the area, which on the application I had submitted was like 100-foot by 100-foot square in that corner of the field. And so we double fence, of course, we have the chain link fence on the outside. And so we'll put another fence on the inside of that, snow fence basically. And then on the inside of that, we'll double fence with snow fence to basically section off that area to designate it as the area where we'll be serving alcohol, where the alcohol will stay, where we'll ID people as they come in. There's only going to be one way in and out of there, the little gap in the fence that we'll leave. And so we ID people as they come in. We can wristband them if that's, I suppose that's necessary. The only people coming in are going to be people that are of age. And once they're in that tailgate party before the game, which will run from about 5:30 until 7 o'clock until kickoff of the game, then of course, no alcohol will be allowed. No containers will be allowed to leave that area. And then it'll be shut down during the course of the game. And then after the game, we'll have a post-game gathering in there still with just people that are of age, no alcohol coming out of that area. There'll be an officer, security officer person on duty during that time to make sure that, everything is happening as it should. Are there any other questions?
Well, I do have a couple, and they're probably going to run out of time. So has this been done before?
By us, not to my knowledge, but Midland University, I think just last weekend had something similar out at the field. I think it was a different area, maybe outside of the fence towards the parking lot. But I think at their homecoming, they normally do that on an annual basis. But this is the first time that we've actually done an event out at the field.
Yeah. And my reason for concern obviously was this is high school. And we didn't get all the paperwork that you just described has been filed with the state, and any privy information with regards to, yes, and we'll be double fencing and we're going to be
Sure.
IDing people, and they'll may or may not have wristbands, and the precautions necessary for underage participation, which wouldn't be good. And to make sure that we had the right protocols for that. Had that material been available, maybe this wouldn't have, but I understand, it looks like we're pushing the time limit here for, this is October 1st, is that?
Yes.
So we're up against a deadline, and when's the paperwork expected back from the state?
So we
Is it gonna make the
probably
deadline?
receive that in a couple of days, but on the agenda on page 83, it does say that it would be double fenced and patrolled by a security officer. That's on that outdoor diagram chart.
And that was my reason for asking, have we done this before? Then we would have known maybe that we needed more lead time, but since you didn't have the state prerequisites available, we're really behind the gun to make this all happen.
Yeah, there's like a 10-day window that you have to give the Liquor Commission before your event. And I submitted the application prior to that 10-day window.
So you think you'll get, what if you don't get a response from the state in time, then what?
If I didn't,
So I think if we don't have the license right now, we'll get it. If you submitted it before the 10 days, which it sounds like you did, we will get it prior to the event date. And I have no concerns about that. But if the city council doesn't approve it tonight, I would not issue that license. That's kind of where we're at.
Right, I understand. Thank you. Appreciate the info.
you're welcome.
Councilman Vaughn.
Just one other point of clarification. Did I hear you correctly that sales will be stopped prior to the game and resume after the game?
Yeah, Yes, yeah, it'll just go from 5:30 to 7, and then once the game starts, we'll close the gate off there to the area. And then once the game is over, then open it back up.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, comments? There are none. Take a motion to approve this item. Oh. I'll open public comment.
Thank you. Good idea. Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, high schools and drinking. I don't know the era that all of you seated on the council today were in high school, but that was a big thing. Drinking and driving, and it still is. We still lose teenagers. I don't have anything against having tailgating. I enjoy it, done at the University of Nebraska football games. But the term University of Nebraska College, Midland University College. This is a high school event. We discourage kids from drinking at prom. We discourage them from drinking at homecoming and going out and partying. Yes, we've been there, done it, got the t-shirt. I lost 7 classmates between the time I became a freshman and I was a senior due to drunk driving as teenagers. Very close classmates. Again, I don't have an issue with the tailgating section part of it when it comes to the university, but when it comes to high school, it's a different playing field. We're not to encourage kids to be drinking, regardless if it's a Catholic, a Lutheran, a nonpartisan church, it doesn't matter. These are high school kids. This is a high school function. If you want to have a tailgate party and have a tent, fine, but keep the alcohol out of it. I would ask that you deny it simply on that basis. Do not support mixing alcohol with our high school events. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the public?
Brenda Ray, 1445 North Irving, Fremont. I simply really want to agree with Susan Jacobus. We tell kids not to drink and then we set the example. I think it's a very, very poor request and I hope you will deny it.
George Nicodemo, 2332 East Third Street. I also want you to deny it. I don't think alcohol has any place in a high school event. Susan mentioned that. It's very true. Take it to the college level. Take it to the professional level. We don't need it at high school events. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, any other comments from council or motion in regards to this item? Councilwoman Ganem?
I just had a question. Are there other high schools that have tailgates that have alcohol for the adults?
Is that a question for the applicant?
Question for the applicant. Do you know of other high schools that have tailgates with alcohol before high school events?
Not to my knowledge. I didn't research with other high schools to see if they do similar types of events. It's more so with it being homecoming and alumni coming back. It's kind of it's an alumni event.
Any other additional comments? Councilman Vaughn?
Just one general comment. What happens when Fremont Public High School wants to do this next year? What about the liabilities associated with that? What kind of precedent are we setting? Potential. That's all.
Tyler, I think that would be a different license, wouldn't it? I don't know if you can get a special designated license with two public entities. But
I would have to inquire with the liquor commission.
it would be a little bit of a different process, but
Any other comments? Seeing none, I'd take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Yerger,
Make a motion to deny the application.
is there a second? Councilman Vaughn,
I'll second.
all right, cast your votes.
The motion carries 6-1. To approve the motion to deny. Okay, so you would like to change your vote to yes, that would be a 7-0. Motion carries 7-0.
Legal, do we need any other action on that, or can we move on to the next item? Okay. Moving on, item 7. Motion to approve interlocal agreement for Platte River cameras, stream gauges. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. What you have before you tonight is a motion to approve two stream gauges and 5 cameras on the Platte River to monitor the river flows and icing conditions. If you look back into history, there was a prior interlocal agreement that was approved by City Council in June 20th of 2000, I think it was, actually it was June 30th, I think, of 2020. And after approving that, the company they were planning to go with, the technology didn't work out. They tried it, couldn't get it to work. And so they basically told the supplier that we're not going with that particular brand of cameras. And so they've been doing studies since. They're going back to the tried and true through the United States Geological Survey, USGS, which is really the gold standard for measuring and monitoring river flows. That's how, if you look on the USGS site, you can see all the cameras that are mounted on the Platte. The closest one that we had before this was at North Bend. And so when we wanted to look at river flows, we had to look at the North Bend gauge and then wait about 30, 40 minutes before it reached Fremont. This was proposing to add one on this Highway 77 bridge, and then likely one further downstream. They haven't determined exactly where the second one's going to go. And then there's 5 cameras, and so they're planning on mounting those along there as well. It's going to depend on whether we can get some service to them, whether they decide to go with cellular coverage or internet service of some kind. I currently state that there currently are gauges, these are stream gauges on North Bend, LaShara, Ashland, and Louisville, down by the Platte, or where the Platte reaches the Missouri. So you can see there are 5 gauges that would pertain to us. This costs more than what the last item was. If you look at the last item, our share was just a few $1,000s. This one's going to be, our share of the one-time capital expense is $6,750. If you look at the ratio, the Papio, Missouri, NRD was not part of the last one. They are part of this one. They're ponying up the lion's share of the capital expense this time simply because the equipment costs more. And they certainly want the USGS equipment. And then there's about a $5,000 maintenance expense annually to maintain the equipment. And so this particular interlocal has already passed Dodge County. Lower Platte North, Papio, Missouri. Our meeting is in line at last, and so we're asked to consider this last. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
I noticed in the old agreement that there was a FEMA NEMA hazard mitigation grant assistance request. I don't know whether that got made under the old agreement. Did it? Was the grant asked for, and what was it?
Yes.
Was it approved? There's no grant on this one.
There is no grant on Winston, so you're absolutely right. We were approved for a grant on that last project. And by taking this one, we're actually turning down that grant. That's why the capital cost went up.
So we have an option to take it, but we're turning it down
No, it is not available for this.
because we already applied once, and so we're out of luck.
No, I'm not sure the reason why. I can't answer that question. I don't remember. There is a reason why, but it is not applicable to this request. We cannot. use
Because of
those
type of
funds.
equipment or something.
Something, yeah, I can't remember.
Okay, I just.
And that was a huge
because-
consideration is, do we turn down the grant and go with USGS, or do we just go with the best equipment?
Yeah, and I'm not disputing the best equipment. I was concerned that we had already purchased the old equipment under the interlocal with the help of the grant. Apparently, we never acquired the equipment, so we don't have to worry about what are we going to do with the equipment we've already got, because we don't have any.
That's right.
So even though we got grant assistance approved, we never spent the money.
That's right.
And in this one, we're not going to ask for grant assistance. It's just going to cost us more, but we're going to have better equipment. But because it's better equipment, we're going to pay less for maintenance. That's what I'm hearing. Is that right?
You're right. Also, the elder equipment too, in the last agreement wouldn't have been on the web. It would have been a standalone system where this would be part of the USGS website.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. Councilman Jensen, having been involved with Joint Water Management Board at the same time I was, there's a definite need for this, and having both of us been from Schuyler, we know what the flooding stages and the reportability means. And having manually measuring floodwaters coming on into our community in mid-2000s, literally spending 72 hours along the rivers after trestles collapsed and sent water back in. This is very important. The more warning you can give your community, the better off we are. We can evacuate along the rivers and hopefully prevent anybody from drowning in it or having to be rescued in a boat or an airboat or be lifted up by helicopter. This will give that adequate notification, hopefully, of elevating flood stages. This is a very important, regardless, and no offense, I'm not sure what discussions you had on the Joint Water Management Board recently, but this is integral in protection from flooding. And if you've been from Fremont for more than 5 years, you understand what this floodwater has done to Fremont and how it became an island. So regardless of the cost, and this is very minimal in comparison to what it's going to save and the potential lives it could save, and give adequate notification. And this is something that our emergency manager, Tom Smith, had recommended early on, and he researched. This is high-grade technical equipment, and it's huge that Papio is engaging with us. It benefits them, but it purely benefits Freeman as well. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Sukram?
If there's not any more discussion on it, I'd like to make the motion.
Thank you. Councilman Jensen?
I'll make the second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 9, motion to approve agreement extension with Main Street of Fremont. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. Let me bring this up. So Main Street, I think Shannon is here, just proposing a 5-year extension to our current agreement for $12,000 per year. Looking back in the records, and Jody, I think you looked as well. The last thing, we saw an agreement in 2014-15 for $10,000. And that was paid at the end of each quarter. So that was a $10,000 total for 2 years. And then in 2019, we signed another agreement with Main Street for $10,000 over 4 quarters. And that term expires in this month, right? That's the only thing we found. Maybe Shannon can remember, but I don't see any other agreements. That being said, they're a great organization. We certainly want to support Main Street. We budgeted $10,000 per year in the next 2-year budget. And this would be for the next 2-year budget. So I would take any questions. So staff supports this. So.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
So in looking at the agreement language or the contract that's in our packet material, I didn't see an effective date. So I'm assuming that if this would be to pass, this is the agreement, the old one expires on 9/30. So this would pick up immediately as of the date of signing. Is that the?
I would pick up.
Because it's not in the contract, right? That unless I missed it.
If it was budgeted next budget year, it'd probably be the October 1 would be a good date.
October 1.
October 1, okay.
Correct.
And you just said we have $10,000 in the budget in your
Yeah.
staff report
Yes.
a year,
Yes.
and they're asking for 12?
Yes.
So you're asking to exceed the budget right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Okay, and then this agreement is intended to I think that's. So it starts in 2022
Well, one, but it's 22 budget.
budget at $10,000 is what we have, and you're asking for 60,000 instead of 50,000 that we might have. Did you have 10,000 budgeted per year
For 2 years.
in the 2 years that you
Yeah,
had? So you had 20
20,000.
budgeted.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilman Ellis?
Make a motion to receive.
Is there a second? Councilman Yerger? Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Cast your votes to receive.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Go ahead.
All right, I just wanted to bring this to everyone's attention. I know we're in the middle of a comprehensive plan that's going to be done here in another year or so. This one's our current comprehensive plan that was done in 2012, so it's quite 10 years old. I've done, as you guys all know, I'm a strong supporter of downtown. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into downtown. A lot of good information in this comprehensive plan that was never really embraced. But I want to bring you to the attention of the first front page, the middle article. The previous councils that created this, the comprehensive plan, made it important enough to put into our comprehensive plan that the city would work to support and leverage the Main Street organization to move forward toward eventually self-sufficient, and to expand its sphere into the physical as well as the programmatic activities. So I believe what we're doing right now is not in line with our comprehensive plan. We probably should be trying to make them more self-sufficient and less reliant on government funds. And so I believe that, and especially since they're asking for more than actually we have in the budget, it kind of bothers me that we can come up with money. And so I would like make a motion tonight to amend the contract so that it would be $5,000 a year for the next 2 years. That way it would stay, it would go with our comprehensive plan. And it would hopefully keep us a little bit more in budget. Thank you.
Before I get to that motion, we're gonna open up for public comment and other council discussion. Councilman Legman.
Yes, we're trying to help downtown and build downtown. And then you're wanting to take money away from them. I don't quite understand your reasoning for that. I could maybe go for the 10, not 12, but why cut their budget? Just because you don't like them or don't see eye to eye with them is not a good reason for me. I'm all for trying to help downtown, not cutting their budget, not hurting them.
Any other council questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
Mayor, City Council, Shannon Mullen, Executive Director of Main Street of Fremont, interim. At 529 North Main Street, I'm here on behalf of Main Street and our request for the contract of services. Main Street has just entered its 27th year as an accredited program with the National Main Street Association. This designation signifies a strong commitment to preservation-based economic development and community revitalization using the Main Street National approach. This approach is a time-tested framework for community-driven comprehensive revitalization, and it's strengthened our downtown using a 4-point approach, focusing on vitality, design, promotion, and organization. Within this approach, we actually have 4 committees that have helped us to be successful within the community. In the next meeting, you're going to receive our report focusing on the continued efforts that Main Street of Fremont has done within the last year to support the contract obligations that we've and how we've additionally forged some partnerships throughout the community and additional partners to assist us. And especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, you can imagine that our focus has definitely changed over the course of the last year and a half. I want to focus on some of our partnerships. One, Keep Fremont Beautiful. We're super thankful for those continued partnerships organizing downtown cleanup efforts. They join us in many of our outdoor activities, including the Concert in the Park series and many other things, Halloween Hysteria, many more. This year, we embarked on our first ever Hispanic Festival. We were allowed the opportunity to partner with organizations such as GFDC, the Fremont Area Chamber of Commerce, the United Way, and many others. John C. Fremont Days. Obviously there, we're able to work with them in many facets with the huge festival that is so important to our community, and we're really excited about that opportunity. The downtown gives up a lot of the streets for that festival, and we obviously enjoy that very, very much. BID number 1, this organization and Main Street continue to work in partnership and cohesively to move the downtown forward with United Front. We are fortunate to work with such a focused business and building owners as we charter some unique challenges, and I'm excited to see some programs that we have moving forward. But we also want to recognize the city of Fremont. We thank you for your continued partnerships. Huge kudos to the City Parks and Recreation Department. I know that John Cuddies and his group have done a lot for us. We continue to work very, very closely with him, as well as the Streets Department. We're very excited about the things that they do, including helping us with putting up flags and banners, and there's some costs that go along with that. We're happy to help offset some of those costs. The Fremont Fire and Police Department were ever so gracious for all of their work throughout the years with us. Lottie Mitchell, obviously her hard work to help us with CDBG grants. And we work very, very closely and cohesively with those groups. We would just, without your support, we just don't have the ability to continue to focus on many of the projects that we do. Beautification programs, all of the hanging plants in the downtown area. I'm sure many of you can support us and our efforts there. It's beautiful. I can't tell you the endless amount of calls that I've gotten this year about the beautification projects that we do in downtown Fremont. It is exceptional. It looks amazing. And I would hate to see those things go away. We are now going to assist the BID with the implementation of a downtown surround sound system. And I think you're going to hear more about that in the upcoming weeks. And we're going to help them with management on the installation part of that. And we're going to continue to promote the city of Fremont, the downtown area. We're doing that with television, radio. You probably have seen us on WOWT, Fox 42. We're doing television commercials and things that have been out of the realm of things that we've done in the past. And so some of these funds, unfortunately, we're just not able to raise as philanthropic efforts have kind of decreased over the last 18 to 24 months. But we are working ever so hard to make sure that downtown Fremont is absolutely beautiful and something that this community can be proud of. And your support of this contract for services allows us to push Fremont forward. We thank you.
Ray Tuff, 1825 North Keene. Mr. Legband, I would like to know where in that did you hear that Councilman Ellis wanted to decrease their funds that they receive? He just wasn't for increasing them because if there was, you know, if we can't find money for our own firefighters, I think every dollar needs to be accounted for in this budget. Thank you.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. A point made by Ms. Mullen was that they're in partnership with BID, and they are. We have a taxing entity called the Business Improvement District. They are now on budget at $48,000. They do pay for some marketing and some quarterly newsletters through the Main Street program. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's $10,000 a year. The comprehensive plan copy that you got is correct, and that got brought up when we were contracted before, and the point was made then when it was approved, which I believe Mr. Legband's the only person now seated on the council that may recall that. But it is to become self-sustaining and partner with BID. And that's the key word, partnering with BID and the other entities, GFD, et cetera. They do serve a vital community service. And it is beautiful downtown, and we need to promote our downtown. I just wish that we had actual people that had owned businesses downtown involved in the Main Street program and more involved in the BID. That said, you have allowed a taxing entity, BID, to exist, and they have a budget. What I'm not seeing here is specifically what this budget or their budget, entire budget is, what their projects are planned. We're going to do this and we can do this and we have relationships, and that's important. Those relationships are substantial. They help and partner with BID. We are already allowing a taxing entity to raise those funds to support the Main Street efforts and basically to coexist with Main Street. And that's a partnership. And that's where the money is self-sustaining at. I don't know specifically what the 12,000 ask is for. It doesn't delineate that. It just has a myriad of what we can do and what we encourage, and in conjunction, it says they have a quarterly newsletter. Yes, they do, in conjunction with the BID that they are paid to put out. And I'm not denigrating that. It's a good newsletter. It's important to the businesses so they know what each other is doing and what to promote. The Christmas walk, the Halloween hysteria, the different functions. And that's fine. But again, that's a partnership with BID, and that's where it should lie. Your comprehensive plan copy you have was very specific. that it isn't meant to be a slush fund. And I have no problem giving money if you know what the money's for. There's nothing substantial in here to say what it's for. Are you buying flowers with it every summer? Well, then what does that cost? I mean, you can do things like payment in kind rather than charging back to hang pots of flowers. And we have firemen doing that with their ladder trucks or the utility trucks and hanging Christmas lights and decorations and banners. Then do that as a payment in kind. You can reduce your actual dollar that you're expending. And maybe that's where Mr. Ellis was going. I don't know. But if you're going to give the money, know what that money is given for, not just to put in the pot and then walk away from. They have a strong partnership. Let's allow them to continue that and support the BID with the Main Street. But when you give money specifically, find out what that budget is and what those projects are for.
My name is Tom Cody. I live at 2625 County Road 11 here in Fremont. I've been sitting on the Main Street Board for a number of years, and I'm going to ask you, council, to approve the $12,000 extension on our budget, because we, the city of Fremont, need organizations like Main Street, and the $12,000 is only a small portion of the budget that they use every year. We run about $80,000 a year is normally what we would have for an operating budget. 2020, we didn't have that because we couldn't get together, and it was just a whole different program in 2020. But for years, we've been running with an $80,000 budget, and that's enough money to help get things started. And then we apply for grants in order to parlay that into larger sums depending on the projects. So Main Street is here for Fremont. The $12,000, really, the main thing that the city needs from Main Street is a communication service. And that's what it lists in that contract, that we'll have meetings with the downtown building owners and businesses to get their voice, their opinions on different projects that we're having. And we'll get the word out through newsletters and through our website and through our social media about things that are going to happen or things that need to happen. And that's what Main Street is there for. And you can't do that with strictly volunteer people. So the $12,000 is a small portion of the budget. I'd like to see extended for 5 years like we requested. And Main Street will continue to support Fremont, and it'll continue to make the heart of Fremont, the downtown Fremont, a place where people would be proud to go and shop and come for entertainment. So thank you.
Steve Ray, 1445 North Irving. I would ask that you give them the $10,000 that's in the budget and no more. I mean, with the budget process you just went through and you couldn't do this and you couldn't do that, and you want to give $2,000 extra and exceed your budget before you've even started on it practically to use it, I don't think you should do that.
Any other comments from the public? All I'll add into this discussion is, first of all, I want to thank Shannon. Shannon does a lot for our community. She wears a lot of hats. Main Street is one of them. And she's a very dedicated member of our community. And first of all, I want to thank her for all her efforts. I was involved in the Hispanic Festival. It was quite an event. It was put together, I think, within 5 weeks. And got to be a part of the parade, and amazing the attendance that we had. It was a tremendous event. I think something that we can definitely expand on in the future. So I definitely want to commend Shannon and the work that was done as a community to put that together. I've seen the television commercials, and they kind of catch me off guard. I say, oh, wow, Main Street, this is great, so it's great to see kind of the creativity and how we're marketing our downtown. I think that's really added a lot to our community. And it really, when you look at the partnerships, that's what we are all here for, is the partnerships. And I think with Main Street and BID, now is not the time to, decrease budgets in regards to what we're giving to Main Street as a city. We have so much going on that's good downtown. You're seeing the 505 building come online, a lot of other spaces, and it's kind of coming into its own. And you're seeing a lot of energy as well downtown. So my only advice to council is I would approve their contract as presented, and having us continue to support Main Street and the work that they're doing, because I think in the end it is really beneficial to our city. So I know Councilman Ellis has a motion on the table, and Councilman Ellis.
I'd like to just talk about some things that was mentioned. I'm not looking to get rid of the funding. Like one of the applicants said, they got an $80,000 budget they work with. They're going to be getting more money from the BID as it comes along in our agenda here tonight. There's going to be more funds, and I think that's what the founders of this comprehensive plan were all about, was to try to get less and less money coming out of the city to Main Street, which is a nonprofit organization, and more of it coming from other directions to make them self-sufficient. So I'm not here with a grudge or anything. I'm simply going with a document that we all live by, the comprehensive plan. And it states in here that we as a city are trying to make that nonprofit organization less depending on us as a city and more self-sufficient. So that's my only goal here, is to simply try to follow our comprehensive plan. If we don't follow this, then there's really no reason for us to even continue on this path of trying to create another comprehensive plan, because we don't follow them. So I'm just trying to put some validity here into let's do what's in writing. So I was going to open the floor for conversation. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Yerger.
So I'd like to follow up on what Councilman Ellis said, and if the applicants can respond. I'm interested in, I think we were on the first page, but I'm interested in the second page of the comprehensive plan handout that says establish a semi-autonomous downtown development corporation to drive the overall downtown regeneration effort. And so if you've been receiving in 2014 and 15, $10,000 a year, and then you said another 10,000, I'm not sure when that was. I'm interested in understanding during the time frame from 2014 to current, if you have an $80,000 budget, how have you worked towards becoming semi-autonomous as to when you wouldn't need city funding? What have you done since 2014 to attempt to implement the comprehensive plan, as Mr. Ellis is holding your feet to the fire for?
To current, we've been writing for grants, working outside of the box a little bit, increasing memberships. As you can imagine, COVID has definitely taken a hit on a plethora of some of the philanthropy that has come our way in the past, and some of the membership opportunities that we've had in the past. So we've gone outside of the community and found other ways to find some funding, as well as, depending on what the projects are that we have going on in the downtown area, whether that's expansion of the flower pots, expansion of the Christmas decorations, some of those other things that we've done along the lines. We've gone out for grants and different opportunities to find funding in other capacity.
So if we had some financial statements that you had provided us as a part of this application, we would have seen other income opportunities that have been considered in your budgeting process that have been increasing year over year because you've been seeking to become semi-autonomous?
We've done what we could along the way, for sure. And there is no question that as we continue through different, we've done some transformation strategies. We've done some different market strategies along the way. We've hired outside independent contractors to come in, take a look at our current structure, what we have going on downtown to figure out, if our downtown is healthy, what directions we need to go. I think the comprehensive plan has been a very good plan. We followed it, a lot of it. We've done a lot of expansion of the historic poles, the downtown streets, sidewalks, different things like that. All of those pieces of the puzzle were in that comprehensive plan. There's been a lot of success that we've had with the comprehensive plan. But I don't know, it's probably unfair to say that we have become self-sustaining at this point. We're a nonprofit. As you know, the nonprofit world is definitely a hard world to succeed in. And so we do everything that we can to continue to make the program successful.
And I don't see that the comprehensive plan says you have to become self-sustaining. It says semi-autonomous. So the assumption is you may need assistance, but it would be perhaps less and less as you continue to work towards that goal.
I think in the perfect world, that is definitely the case.
And so I don't know what to do at this juncture because I don't know if Councilman Ellis actually has a motion on the floor that hasn't been attended to. And we need to attend to that before we would continue. I hate to end my comment because I have more, but I'd like to know where we stand relative to the motion.
Councilman Ellis, does your motion still stand?
Mike.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm not so concerned about whether or not you're going to send temporarily for comment or whether or not you intend to resurrect it in the end. If your motion is going to stand in the end, then what else I have to say, I'm not going to say. So does your motion?
It's rescinded right now, so you have the floor. So.
Okay, well, then in that regard, I share the other comments that are made by other council members. I am not comfortable by immediately exceeding the budget that was just approved. That doesn't make any sense to me. If we knew last week this request was coming in excess of budget, we should have budgeted more than what we did. We didn't. And the members of the public have said the same thing. I'm extremely uncomfortable by going right out of the chute and spending more than we have when we couldn't find firefighter money to do what we needed to do and to put those folks in queue right away. And so even though this is only a couple $1,000s per budget, it's $4,000 over two. I don't think that's the appropriate thing to do.
Councilman Ellis, is there anything?
Sorry, I was gonna let Gannon go first. Councilman Gannon.
Okay, well, thank you. I was going to say that when you take a budget and do it $5,000 when you're getting 10, that is a significant cut. And definitely that will affect any programming that goes on. But in the spirit of compromise, I think maintaining what we had in the budget would be a good compromise and possibly looking at, limiting a 5-year to a limited year until our comprehensive plan is completed and then come back and revisit after our comprehensive plan our new one is done.
I would agree with you that cutting back, but if you go further on in our agenda, the BID is actually going to be giving money to the Main Street to subsidize some of this. And I think that was the goal here from the city creators, is eventually that the city would stop paying Main Street little by little, and that those funds would be taking care of another place. And so it appears that the BID is upping its ante to pay for the Main Street as well. So I have a question on the staff report. It says physical impact 2022, 2023 budgeted expenses, $10,000. Does that not mean that we have any budgeted expenses for 2021, 2022?
Yeah, 2021, 2022 was the 10,000.
It has here budgeted for the 2022, 2023 budgeted expense, 10,000. So what happened to the first year? Have we already used that money, or is that?
The first year. So in 2019, we signed an agreement for $10,000. That was through the 21. That's through September 30th of 21.
So the next budget that we just passed was 2021, 2022.
Starts October 1st.
2021, 2022 budget.
Right.
That's not mentioned here in the budget finance. It mentioned 2022, 2023 budget year.
No, fiscal impact, 22, 23 budget expense of $10,000 per year. So 22 and 23 budgets, $10,000 per year. Okay,
Well, my motion on the table would be because the BID is going to be subsidizing the income. And they're working on an $80,000 a year budget or budget that taking away $5,000 is not going to be a huge detriment, but they're actually going to be getting more from the BID according to the BID's budget process. So that motion is on the table that we pass a $5,000 a year, 2022, 2023 budget. And like Ganem, Councilman Ganem said, just make it a 2-year term. And by that time, we'll have a new comprehensive plan in place and we can evaluate it then.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Yerger?
So I just want to be clear, what Councilman Ellis, you're proposing is $5,000 a year for over 2 years. So $5,000 a year, $10,000 over 2 years is your proposal? I'll second.
Any other council discussion? Seeing none, cast your vote.
Motion fails 2-5.
I'll open the floor up to council. Councilman Yerger?
In light of failure on that motion, I would again propose a motion to go to a 2-year term and to cut the funding back to what was budgeted at $10,000 a year.
We had a couple of comments before I get to that. Councilman Jensen? Okay. So if there's no other comments, the motion is 2-year term, 10,000 a year. Councilwoman Ganem?
I would second that motion.
Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Okay, moving on to unfinished business. Thank you. Sorry. Item 10, resolution 2021-147 to enter into an interlocal agreement with the Village of Inglewood, Nebraska for library services. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Laura England Biggs, Library Director, Keene Memorial Library. This is an agreement to offer library services to the residents of Inglewood. It's been a long-standing agreement, longer than I've been part of the library, which is 16 years in August. What we're doing is doing some contract cleanup language and solidifying that it's between the city of Fremont and the Village of Inglewood. So with that, I would take any questions.
Councilman Jensen?
Just doing quick math there. Am I seeing this correctly that the library cards for people, non-residents is $35? Is that correct?
That is a 12-month card, yes.
So it's $35 every 12 months.
Yes,
But citizens of Fremont pay nothing. Is that correct?
that is correct. It is covered through property tax.
Councilman Yerger?
So is the $35 fee that we're charging that today, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And is that currently in the library fee schedule or the city fee schedule?
The master fee schedule, yes, it is.
So it's currently listed there. So
Yes.
anybody besides Inglewood that would apply for library cards or whatever from the city of Fremont.
Absolutely. Residents of Hooper, Scribner,
They'd all
Utan,
get the
wherever,
$35,000 fee. So we already have that.
$35.
$35 a
Yes.
year per card. So we already have that in there. I don't. I guess I was thinking that the resolution that we need to add something to the resolution itself. There's the interlocal contract specifies that, but in the resolution itself, it doesn't really address that in the resolution 2021-147. Would you have any objections or see any benefit to, or at least including a whereas statement that calls out the 35-year fee, the $35 1 year per card per resident fee, and amending the therefore now be it resolved statement to reflect the same, so that we know that we're actually approving the charge, or at least make reference to the fee schedule that's in place, so that if the fee schedule changes, that's what we're approving?
I would be more comfortable referring to the master fee schedule, just on the off chance that the dollar amount does change. This agreement is going to be effective January 1 of 2022 and continue until one party or the other terminates in writing with 30-day notice. So I'd rather not have it say $35 in case we go 32 or 37 down the line.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi Laura, quick question. How many cards from Inglewood do we issue?
I had to ask because I don't know off the top of my head, but from July 2020 to June 2021, there were 11 issued, which is $385 in revenue as library fees.
Okay.
We've had as many as up to 35 in a year. It ebbs and flows depending on the awareness of the residents of Inglewood. And I think COVID hit us pretty hard.
I guess I'm just curious, do you have any residents of Inglewood that come in and because of the fee, they don't want the card, or they can't afford the card, or they can't, does that happen often?
They
I
don't
mean, is
pay the
that-
fee. The city pays the fee.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
Okay.
It is something the city is willing to do since they don't have their own library. Or excuse me, the village of Inglewood.
Okay. Councilwoman Ganem?
No, just a little bit of history, because I had a part in that when I was principal at Washington School. It was our kids that were denied the use of the library, the ones that couldn't afford it, didn't have a way to get there. And I know I went to our school district, they could not obligate the funds of taxpayer dollars to pay for that. And Inglewood was kind enough to finally say, yes, anyone who wants to be a member of the library, we will finance their cards. So at least those who make the effort will have their cards financed. At that time, it was $25, because that's about what it would cost in taxes for Fremont residents. But I always thought it was unfortunate that they didn't have a library, or we didn't open our school to be their library.
And since that time, we have actually implemented the Every Student Needs a Card program that covers the students who attend a Fremont school, private or public, and live outside the city limits, not necessarily Inglewood. And those students are also eligible for a free card now.
Okay, run that by me again, because they are Fremont Public School children in Inglewood.
They are Fremont Public School children, but they live outside the Fremont city limits. The Fremont Public School District limits are not the same as the city limits. So if they attend a Fremont school, they can have a free card regardless of where they live, whether they're a resident or a non-resident, as long as they are a K through 12 student.
Okay, so then Washington Elementary School kids could have a free card.
Absolutely.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Any other questions for Laura? Thank you. Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I'd like to make a motion to amend resolution 2021-147 to add a whereas statement that says, whereas a fee for a 1-year card per resident is listed in the city's master fee schedule. And then to amend the resolutions, therefore be it resolved statement to, after the words library services, add the fee published in the master fees, in the city's master fee schedule. That way we're tying into what Laura said she needed to have for comfort ties to the master fee schedule. We'll keep it current. If the rate changes, this resolution won't need to be adjusted, but it recognizes what we've already established is the rate. And because the agreement itself spells this out for this particular interlocal agreement, but it's not in the resolution. That's my proposal. Whereas statement and make an amendment for the similar language in the now be it therefore resolved statement.
Councilman Vaughn.
I just noticed that there are several instances here where we use resident and family interchangeably. And there isn't really a clear clarification. I was confused when we started this conversation, whether we were talking about an individual or a family membership.
The library doesn't do a family membership. What Inglewood has said they will do is pay for 1 card per family for their residents. Thank you.
Or quick question for you.
Hey, Laura, in the interlocal agreement, it states $35. If we do change that, then we have to go back and amend the interlocal. I mean, shouldn't also this interlocal refer to the master fee schedule as well, instead of saying 35?
That's probably correct. When we were redrafting, we missed that.
When Councilman Muir was going through that, I went back to that and it's like, whoa, we have 35. We shouldn't probably lock it in at that because this is a multi-year.
That is probably a good catch.
Couldn't we say per master fee schedule currently listed at 35 and just say qualify it? No, in the agreement. You would say just amend it each time we change it. Right.
I can live with that.
I can live with it.
Okay. So you have a motion, additional whereas you're changing the now therefore be it resolved. And then can we, you want to add to that motion? It also changes it in the amends the agreement. I mean, can't we have 2 separate motions or not?
Amending the resolution as Councilman Yeager suggested, I'm fine with that, but the interlocal, that number's in there for a specific purpose for Inglewood. So.
Okay, is there a second to Councilman Yeager's motion? Councilwoman Ganem.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
Now I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2021-147 as amended. Councilman Yeager.
Make a motion to approve amended resolution 2021-147.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now moving on to unfinished business. Resolution 2021-139, committing fund balance for large capital improvement projects in future years and for immigration ordinance defense and implementation / enforcement. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. This is very similar, but not exactly the same resolution that you saw at the last City Council meeting. I went through and did the final reconciliations and whatnot, and realized that I had omitted the airport terminal building. We had, as the last minute adjustment, put more money into 2022 because of the delays at the airport terminal building. So we needed to have that carryover. And that's the additional amount that you see there from what you've seen previously. And it does still encompass the amount for the Immigration Ordinance Defense Fund as well. The other thing I guess I would point out is the importance of having a large amount of unassigned fund balance isn't really advisable if you have it already designated for other projects. It makes good sense to go ahead and commit those funds. It helps all of us from looking at it and trying to spend the same dollar twice.
Councilman Legman.
So basically you are now declaring these as committed funds, and that's basically all we're doing right now. What
You are,
year-
yes.
Yeah, what year and when and what we're committed to.
And it's based on the way the budget was presented.
Councilman Yerger.
So I'm interested in understanding more specifically how the items are selected that were placed on this report. Obviously, there were several pages of capital improvement plan items that could have been listed here, and there's a handful. So what's the criteria for figuring what goes on this particular document?
Generally, they are the larger projects that are paid for out of general fund amounts. So for example, there's quite a number of street projects, that kind of thing, that were in excess of $1 million. Generally speaking, we're looking at large projects that are being funded by general fund or general fund reserves.
Okay, so there could have been several more $1 million or close to $1 million projects out of the street funds or other funds as we look down through this. I thought it was interesting that we did select the law enforcement building, which has a study pending that we don't even have the results from. But we ignored the $1 million we put in the same year in the same budget for fire for $1 million that they had for potential building structures. And I'm just curious as to why we would pick the ones that are still subject to some sort of study and review, and we could have listed several other perhaps smaller $1 million projects that would come out of street commitments to make sure we get those projects done.
First of all, we only commit funds in the general fund because by its very nature, it's, forgive me, but it's general. The amounts that are in the street fund are already restricted because, or rather assigned because they're special revenue funds. You get money in for street projects, you can only spend that money on street projects, and it is recorded in the street fund.
Okay.
These are
understand.
things that.
And thank you, that's good clarity. With regards to the maintenance building, we didn't put anything in for 21, 22. We picked it up for 22, 23. I guess it's in 23 that we picked it up. It looks like we had it in the budget for both years. So is there a particular reason that we delayed picking it up till the second year of this report?
Simply, that's just the way that we laid out the funding. There's an amount that's coming over from the warehouse on the utility side and the amount that's coming out of the street fund itself. The amount that you see there is just the amount that is paid for the Parks Department share.
Right.
So we could have moved it into 22. Just when you looked at the capital improvement plan, the way it was laid out, that's how it was laid out. And then I think if you look at also look at the capital improvement plan, the fire department, the $1 million for the fire department, I believe that is using sales tax for public safety on the capital improvement plan. That's why it would not be included here.
Okay. Two follow-up questions. So we're sort of committing the $1.4 million immigration funds. It's being committed separately. Those funds are in the general fund. That's where they're held, correct?
Yes.
Why aren't they listed on this report specifically in the list of items rather than in a separate paragraph? Any particular reason?
Because these are typically, and I apologize, I can see the reason why it wouldn't make sense. Typically, the amounts that you see there are the amounts that are committed for capital. I do have the carryover for the UDC Transportation Study Comprehensive Plan that would not be capital in nature. But typically what you see there are those funds that are only held over for capital purposes.
I just want great assurance for myself and for the public that has spoken repeatedly here about the $1.4 million is in general fund, and it is committed and restricted. We're not spending that as we attempted to do. It's on the committed list. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
Even though we put it in a separate paragraph.
Yes.
Okay. My final comment and concern is the fact that seeing the $5 million of committed reserves in 2023 for the law enforcement building is still somewhat problematic for me relative to the voters got a chance to vote on the law enforcement building before. The study's not completed. We don't know where that study is going to take this to the public. We had quite a bit of debate during the budget as to whether or not we were going to bond some of this and whether those bonds would go back to the public and they'd help decide whether or not where we were going to build and what we would spend. And this would have seemed to say, we're committing $5 million in 2023 regardless. Is that a correct statement? We're committing $5 million regardless.
Simply because we're committing those funds doesn't mean necessarily that we will spend it. But the reason why you commit the funds is so that it is not spent elsewhere. So as we go through the budget process and as departments are trying really hard to stay within their budgets and that kind of thing, these funds are set aside. If you look at the capital improvement plan, you'll see that I believe it's only $3 million is in 2023 and then another $2 million in 2024. That's what makes up the 5 million that you see here.
Sure, but if we weren't committing the $5 million to the law enforcement building on this document, $5 million of general reserves would be operationally usable. Is that correct?
That's a true statement.
Thank you.
Councilman Ellis?
Once you commit funds, can you uncommit them?
Council action. You commit those funds, you can uncommit those funds.
Okay. And then the email that went to you, I think that you kind of replied back to as far as we had in the mayor and the council account, we had this large lump sum come into the account. And that's my question to you. And you kind of said that was, you replied back to all the council and said it was the airport terminal. And so I was a little confused why the airport terminal dollar amount showed up in the mayor/city council account. Can you give a, I didn't understand the email and I didn't want to get into a conversation over the email. So.
Sure. So the best way that I can explain it, there was a lot of conversation about committing those general fund dollars for the terminal project at the airport. And it was perhaps misguided, but it was my idea to have it come out of the city council budget so that the city council was keenly aware of those transfers that were coming out. It was an attempt at transparency. So that, you know, if you looked at nothing else, surely you would look to the first 2 pages and see, what is that, as you did? That's why it's there. That's why it's out of the council. It doesn't, you know, generally speaking, these other items are specific to a department of some kind within the general fund. The airport terminal, because of the concern about spending those reserves for that purpose, that's why it's coming out. We have to show the transfer. What you're seeing is the transfer out of the city's general fund through the city council department, moving over to pay bills for the terminal building in the airport fund.
So couldn't it have been just moved over to the airport account?
We are doing it based on, as invoices are paid, we move the money. So it's not just here's a gift of $2 million.
Right.
It's as those payments are made.
No, I'm saying this money here that showed up in our council, because I usually have citizens ask us, boy, what are you guys doing over there with that kind of money? And that's what brought it to my attention. Couldn't that not have gone to another account, the airport account, and sat there and then transferred out?
The airport, no, because the airport has its own fund. There's not an airport department in the general fund.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
George Nicodemo. I live at 2332 East Third. I'm a little confused. The voting people of Fremont voted to not do a new police fire department development. And yet we're putting aside $5 million for this. Can you explain why?
We can't answer questions. The council can bring up a question, but we can't directly.
Oh, okay. Well, that's my question.
Are there any other comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 Northeast Street. I would echo what the gentleman had just commented on. This needs to go to the vote of the people. And this is in a general fund. If you have a need for it elsewhere, perhaps maybe it'd be better committed. Then when the people vote to support, we will vote to support with tax dollars and through public safety bonds. Right now, this could literally be started without the vote of the people because you're obligating these general funds and putting it in that account to do so. You don't need our vote to help push this forward. Please take a pause and consider that. And at the bare minimum, insist that this goes on to the general. Or minimum, bare minimum, the voters need to have a voice in this. So if you're going to proceed with this in 2023, the voters will have supported you in doing so. And you'll calm a lot of the opposition that's been occurring over it.
Any other comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
So I want to follow up in looking at the CIP document that was in the budget. The amount that's listed isn't $5 million in 2022-23. It's $2 million of sales tax 55R and $3 million of reserves. So in this commitment, are you committing reserves or sales tax dollars or both?
If you look in the 2024 column, I believe you'll find the other, I'm sorry, which direction? Because I don't remember exactly which one, whether it was in 23, there was 2 million and in 24, there was.
In 22-23, ST 55R was $2 million, reserves was 3. When you go out to 23-24, PST was 3 and reserves was 2.
Right. So it's
we
the
have on
reserves.
this document, $5 million. Are you accommodating for reserves or trying to accommodate for sales tax dollars and reserves?
Just the reserves.
So how can it be $5 million in 23 when we only budgeted $3 million?
The projected spending total is, and it's so that $2 million for 2024 is in the general fund unassigned.
Yes,
And
but-
so it
but
makes
we're actually-
sense.
We're actually committing with $5 million, something beyond what we budgeted for 2023. We only budgeted for $3 million. We didn't budget for 5 reserves in 2023.
But if it is the intent, that project is on the capital plan. If it is the intent to build some structure, rebuild something in order, if you recall, I was very specifically told that by the city council that I needed to provide funding for a police department building for $10 million without raising taxes. That was what I was charged with. And what you see on the capital plan is how I believe we could do it without raising any taxes. I did what you asked me to do.
I see that, but I guess I don't understand why the amount that's listed on this document before us tonight isn't $3 million instead of 5. Since it's listed for being 22 commitments, 0, 23 commitments is 5 million, when the 23 commitment here was for 3 million.
So Councilmember Yerger, the easiest way I can try and explain this to you is if in your own home budget, you know that you have a significant capital outlay in 2 years. You're going to spend just say $10,000 the first year, and you're going to spend $10,000 the second year. You know that. What are you going to put in your savings account? Are you going to put $10 million in your savings account, or would you put $20,000 in your savings account? That's what I'm trying to do.
I don't disagree with that, but the savings account would be 23, 24 for $2 million, and we're not even there. We're in 22, 23 and putting the whole $5 million in now. I guess my final theory on this, I wish that item wasn't on this document at all, at $5 million. I believe that my personal belief is that the public doesn't want us to commit those funds and tie those up when we couldn't find money to do the firefighters. But certainly it shouldn't be beyond $3 million listed in this document for 2023, because that's what the budget said. So I think this document at least needs to be amended from $5 million down to $3 million at the minimum. If you want to add another column to this that says 2024, then you could pick up the rest. But that's not what this document's for.
But you're referring to my staff report?
Yes.
Yes. So, which isn't a binding document. However, if you look at the actual resolution, it simply talks about committing $10 million plus for that purpose, for the purposes that were described.
Well, it doesn't, the resolution doesn't talk about $10 million for the law enforcement building.
It doesn't delineate all of those. The resolution doesn't list out all of those.
Right, and so the $10 million in the resolution would go down. If you put $3 million in place of 5, it would go down 2, and the 10 in the resolution would turn to 8. Right?
If that's what council chooses to do, sure.
And we would have had then in that regard, $2 million worth of operating reserves available for whatever the council might find that it chooses to use it for, other than what you have listed for it here. Because these are being listed as the commitment. I heard you say to Councilman Ellis that maybe we could change those down the road. Well, if this is just the staff report, but we're locked into the $10 million, that's what has to change, which is your essentially the data that's in your staff report. We're really locking that down, aren't we? It's not in the resolution, but we're locking your staff report columns down because of some of those is the $10 million.
The best answer that I can give you, and I'm being very honest and sincere with this. The purpose of the commitment is to approximate how much we are planning to spend of reserves in the future that we've already planned for, and the council by your action would commit those funds and set aside. I really would struggle with, and actually I'm offended by the notion that suddenly I or someone else is going to take it upon themselves to spend something other than what has been listed here for the projects that were listed. We've done this for years and handled it appropriately.
I'm not suggesting that at all.
It's, yeah. It's time, Councilman Yerger.
Fine. I make a motion to strike $2 million out of the resolution and change the $10,753,774 to $8 million, and to lower to reflect in essence the $5 million going to 3 in the staff report.
Councilman Ellis.
I see the logic there, and I don't see the logic. And so that's the reason why I'm going to second this, because this is not 2024, this is 2023. And so it should only contain 2023 dollar amounts. So I'd second that.
Is there any other council discussion? Councilman Jensen?
Just for discussion, I will vote against this. Thank you, Jody. You did exactly what you told us to. We got $10 million set, exactly what council asked you to do during the budget, was to set this money aside, and that's exactly what you were supposed to do. And I'm sorry we're making it as difficult as we are.
Councilwoman Ganem.
No, we have every right to ask questions, and I think that's very appropriate. The 5 million, I can tell you just from past experience on letting buildings go, that sometimes it ends up costing a lot more, so it's better to build in a cushion than not if that's the additional funding. Because to redo a building that's kind of falling apart, or where the people can't even drink the water at that building and it's leaking, and it's in pretty poor shape for our police department. Whether or not we go ahead and go forward with building a new law enforcement center, that has to be addressed, period. And I think we'll be surprised at how much redoing might cost.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Motion fails 2-5.
Take a motion in regards to resolution 2021-139. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2021-139.
Councilman Lakeband,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, time is 9:01. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. That's what they're.
Inglewood takes the fee for the residents. Well, it's. It allows us to build Inglewood instead of the resident direct. We build Inglewood every summer.
Whatever it's called.
We keep track of the people and apply for their cards and submit that bill every 6 months. We verify Since they don't have their own library, Inglewood is willing to subsidize it. North Bend has their own library, so they won't subsidize. There are other, most of the cities in Dodge County have their own public libraries. There's unincorporated areas that don't. So they would have to pay the non-residents.
Oh,
Not as late.
You can muster up the street, right? Oh. Why not, right? Oh, what do you like to watch? Oh, okay. See, Mark, you have this 40 years. Yeah, he's getting there. You know, he has his focus on. I asked him about it. It's from 1 to 4. Kind of taking over for my dad.
Yeah, we've gone through a couple
I agree with him. How you play trumpet?
Yeah.
Yeah, you still play ball? No, my church is. Yeah, you know, it's been a while. I have a drum set set up downstairs. The kids came along. Actually, you gotta you can't be waiting on the kids. I couldn't argue with that. That is a good That's a good idea. Maybe I'll ask for that. Yeah. Well, Sarah, my oldest, is just starting. It's amazing. They start now. No, I kind of try to help her. I'm afraid to put any of that. I want to get confused. So discipline. They're getting good at their interests without like practice. Yeah, I know. That's all right. For a while. Yeah. You live in here?
See Sal. Started. Okay, time's now 9:11. We'll go ahead and get started here. Item 12, resolution 2021-064 to approve revised Fremont Technology Park replat 3 preliminary plat. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. My staff report for this item and the following item, the final plat, are essentially the same thing. This has come back to you again. It does have one outlot as was requested at the last meeting. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this on September 20th. They voted 7-0 to recommend approval. They did add a condition. They thought that it was important to add the condition that any future replatting of Outlot A would need to be reviewed by the Planning Commission and approved by the City Council, just to have the extra assurance for the neighbors that there would not be an administrative plat in that particular area. We know the long history associated with this preliminary plat and the final plat. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
I have a couple of preliminary questions just to make sure that I understand the plat diagram. So I drew a colored line around it. So as I understand the plat, looking at this preliminary one, everything that I'm going to refer to lot 1, which is the last lot that Mr. McGinn bought on the on the north side. From that lot going east, it's everything across the top all the way over to the residential properties, including Outlot A, correct?
So for the preliminary plat?
Yes.
Yes.
And then when you get over to Lincoln Street, it kind of juts over and passes up the buildings that were, or the lots that were sold to medical, and the one that already exists that's not platted as part of this for the daycare, or not daycare, the dance studio. And then everything east of that. That's this whole addition 3. That's everything that's in that replat. Is that correct?
That's correct, except there is a square piece at the southwest corner that's not a part of this plat. That's owned by a different individual.
Okay, right. And so I just have a couple of questions in that regard, and probably direct somewhat to legal, I guess, as much as it is to you. First of all, I see in the general site notes that it's listed that this is a light industrial area rather than business park on the plat diagram. Your staff report in the resolution has it correct. It's business park. Any particular reason why the plat shows it as being light industrial?
I don't know why you would say that, and quite frankly, it's so small on my page, I can't
Yeah,
read that
I agree
right
with you.
now.
It's, you can't hardly read it, but trust me, that's what it says. And so is that something that we would need to attend to? I mean, this is the plat document. I know they don't control zoning.
Right,
We
it's-
control zoning,
Yeah, the
so.
plat doesn't control the zoning at all. Many of the uses in a business park district are the same as in a light industrial district.
Well, this
I
was an
think it's
issue
kind of-
because we went through a potential to rezone this light industrial, then there was a
Sure.
change, and we went back to floor area
Right.
ratios, which
But
was
the-
denied, and now
the-
here we are today.
Right, and the plat, the preliminary plat doesn't govern the zoning or the uses of the property. The zoning governs the uses of the property.
I suspect this rolls forward because at some point this was drawn to be as though it was going to go to light industrial, and that's when this plat was drawn, and it's been copied forward and hasn't been changed back to original business park, which is what it's originally zoned. So I suspect that's just an error. With regards to my other concern, and the print is so small and tracking, and the reason I wanted to get my focus on pictorially what's in this plat. When I read the legal description that's on the plat, and when I read the legal description that's in the resolution, I wanted some assurance that actually the lots that were identified in what I just encapsulated in my discussion with you are actually the legal descriptions that are encapsulated on the plat map document and the resolution document, because reading the small print is really tough. But I don't think the plat map and the resolution are in agreement.
They are.
They are, huh?
Yes, they are. There are multiple.
Where is outlot B? Where is outlot
There-
B on the plat map?
There are multiple additions that have gone through this. So what you see with the plat map, the preliminary plat map, is laying it out as it will ultimately be laid out. It's not laid out showing the existing legal lots. So currently, outlot B is the northern lot one, or the final plat, when we get to that, includes lot one, block one, and lot two, which is up at the north end on the west side of Lincoln Street. Outlot B includes everything except the two lots that are the gymnastics studio and then the future medical office building.
Okay, I'll have to take your word for it because I don't see those things listed on the plat map itself. So
Right, yeah,
as-
you
as a- As a
don't.
reviewer of the documents before us and giving approval for these things, didn't seem like it was fully and adequately described. I guess, I'll yield to legal if you think they are adequately described and reflect specifically what we're dealing with this evening.
So, yeah, if
And I'm
you-
getting a head nod, so I'm assuming you've reviewed the plat language and both on the diagram and both in the resolution, and they're in agreement and you're in agreement.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, any comments from the public?
Paul Von Buren, 24-6 East 30th. More things change, the more they stay the same. We're back to where we were on May 11th, when the council, if you look at the second to last paragraph of the staff report, when the council asked that 5 lots be taken into one single outlot. The reason that we're here tonight is just the concern. I think we've all gotten whiplash from trying to follow the changes. The original motion was 1 outlot. That's what's before you right now. In between times, I believe that we've had something no less than 9 changes. When you throw in dimensions, it was a single outlot and then it was an outlot in July. I completely missed at the Planning Commission. We were so focused on drainage, I neglected to see that 5 lots had been added back in. Councilwoman Ganem, you asked a very good question in regard to public records request, because one of those is mine. because I was trying to understand how did these changes, how were these made? Because there is no public record, there is no documentation, there are no notes on blueprints or plans and schematics, as I understand is common industry practice, at least in the private world. And so the only way to find out these things is a public records request. Well, on July 15th, there's an internal email that says, oh, by the way, I added 5 lots in. Well, that's interesting. At whose direction? They were just added in internally from the city. Then they were taken back out. There was an email in August that said, oh, by the way, we have now put 2 lots in. My point is, we are at a point now where we were back in May. We asked for a single outlot, and it's for a reason. After 4 months, we have a drawing, we have an untested plan, we have no current drainage study. Everything is just reworked numbers from 8 years ago. If my understanding is correct, we have about 60 acres of concrete or impermeable surface yet to be laid. We have no idea whether this will work. It may. The engineering math looks pretty good. But for right now, with 75 other lots to develop or something like that to the west of us, we appreciate having this now returned back to a single lot. I think the whole point of what we're asking and we'd like to reinforce is that there is no net loss to anyone by leaving this as a single lot. We have already experienced the damage that happens when the drainage is not controlled. And so this is just a simple opportunity with minimal expense to correct a long-standing problem that has gone unchecked. And we appreciate you as a council and the support that you've given us. You've been very good about this. The only problem that has originated has been from all the manipulation internally that I referred to earlier. And that's the fear in this one. I will tell you point blank, we have a great fear that even if this is approved right now, that when you look on page 169 in the preliminary plot, that's a little bit different than you're going to see on the final plot. We can address that later, but we have a great fear with the great history of changes and manipulation that go on in the back offices, that what is decided here will not stay here. And we're asking you to simply continue on the path that you are, because we are grateful for that. But we just simply ask that you would demand that staff stick to it as well. Thank you.
Scott Euling, 1335 Glenwood Court. First of all, I'd like to sincerely thank the city council members who were listened and were willing to put public safety over development by pushing back on the original Tech Park plat, which started back in the spring, and demanding a design that limits risks to surrounding homes and residents for the 100-year rainfall event. So to those of you that showed your support by your actions and your voting actions, thank you. With the preliminary plat that is present tonight, you have moved closer to achieving a goal of not increasing the runoff rate of a developed property, in this case, the Tech Park, compared to its pre-development condition. If and when this area is inundated with a 100-year flood from the Rawhide, that's not on you. You can't control the water coming down the Rawhide, and no one ever expected you to, but you can control how fast you put the water in the Rawhide from properties that you approve for development. All we ask is that you do all within your means. If all future developments along the Rawhide adhere to the guidelines of not increasing the rate of runoff at post-development compared to pre-development, it will go far in exceeding the life of the Rawhide's capacity, and you are the council that can accomplish this goal. At the May 11th, 2021 City Council meeting, a statement was made by a city employee, and I quote, "It is very, very, very difficult to get a 100-year pond anywhere in Fremont," end quote. You can verify this on YouTube. Well, council members, you asked for the near impossible and Olson Engineering delivered the design. My point, don't take no for an answer without data and designs to back it up. Where there is a will, there is a way. I applaud you for setting the standard here. Now, when anyone tells you there is no way to put a 100-year detention pond in Fremont, your response can be based on facts because you did, and the tech park is the proof. By setting Outlot A aside, as shown on a preliminary plat, you give yourself the latitude to increase the detention pond if it becomes evident with real-world rain events that it is inadequate to handle the 100-year event. Keeping 5 lots off the plat is cheap insurance against flooding neighboring homes. I support the preliminary plat that you have before you. Preliminary being the key word here. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Linda Von Baron, 2046 East 30th Street. The preliminary plot is what the council asked for. It is what the planning commission thought they voted on and sent back to you. We are asking that you approve the original single outlet as you did 4 months ago before the endless changing and manipulation by the administration created all of this chaos. You can end this once and for all tonight. We have been grateful for your help in getting us to this point and ask only that you approve the single outlet you specified without the word games being played in the final plat. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, any comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
Well, I too want to thank the council for being diligent on this matter. This has been a pretty arduous process for months. And I also want to applaud the planning commission with regards to the conditional approval requirements that they've added in what they sent us back, helping to ensure that in fact we won't replat this anytime soon without it coming back to the planning commission and the city council. That was definitely certainly a step in the right direction. I would have to add this or say this in this regard as being receptive or responsive to the citizens and the flooding conditions and the pictures that they showed, et cetera, et cetera. We're really not going to have a acid test of the study that underlies what we have in this preliminary plat until we've actually constructed the rooftops and the parking lots and the concrete, which are impervious. And with that, runoff will certainly escalate in in the speed and volume of which it runs off. And that's not going to come to full fruition until those lots are fully developed. And so we don't want to be premature in the assumption that the detention cell, even as Outlot A, which is expandable, will be sufficient until we know for sure that the Tuck Park lots, rooftops and concrete are there to support proof, if you will, that the runoff can be contained. Because of that, I'm hopeful that the council would join me in adding one more whereas condition that the council would put on this. It doesn't require us to change the plat maps or anything like that. The preliminary plat can stay as is. It would only be an additional condition that does this. The whereas statement would say the city council further recommends conditional approval that requires 80% of the tech park lots to have been completed, to have completed construction prior to any further replat of Outlot A, which abuts the residential property on the east. Why is that important? Because until you actually have those rooftops and the concrete in place, you're not going to know whether or not the study and the detention area is adequate. And therefore you can go back and replat the lots and sell additional lots. So adding that whereas statement and putting that same language now in the therefore be it resolved as an additional bullet point under the one that's there already from the Planning Commission is what I would recommend. The bullet point in the whereas statement would read 80% of the tech park lots will have completed construction prior to any further replat of the entire Outlot A, which abuts the residential properties to the east. With that, I think we're giving the maximum protection to the residents that are to the east of the tech park. We're saying that Planning Commission is saying, we're not going to replat these and make lots out of those until it comes back through both their commission and our council. And we won't be able to do that until the existing sales and the tech park lots are built out at 80%. That will be a true test of the runoff and whether or not we can handle it. So I move these amendments to the resolution.
Or any other council discussion? Councilman Ellis.
I was just gonna second it, but I can wait till the conversation.
Okay. If there's no other comments. Does our Public Works Director want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, Dave, I think you're listening to Zoom. Would you come down here, please? My comment is if you turn to page 170 of the council packet, that is the grading plan. As you realize, not all the lots flow into the detention cell. In fact, I would say a third or more of the tech park flows to the south directly into the rawhide. And so only the lots along the northern tier and the eastern side actually drain into the drainage cell. They go down, they go north, they go down the 32nd Street ditch, and then they go in the drainage cell. And so saying 80% of the lots is unrealistic because 80% of the lots don't even use the drainage cell. In fact, I counted the lots here, but Dave, would you talk about the drainage plan? Councilman Yurgert says 80% build out. I'm trying to say 80% of the lots don't flow into the drainage cell. Only maybe half of those lots along there drain into the cell. The
No,
rest of them go straight south into the rawhide.
It's probably more than half,
Okay, maybe a little
but I
more,
would
yeah.
say 60-70%.
Yeah.
The back halves of the lots west of Lincoln Road on the south side of 29th drain directly into the rawhide.
Right.
And then from,
And so do like Summit Medical, Simply Strong, those that are on the south along the rawhide, they go south too, because they.
only parts do.
Yeah, I think that.
Let's say about a half of the
Half of
lot
those go
will go south. And then the westernmost lots drain west over to Jaeger Road into a system that drains directly
Dump ditch.
into the Rawhide Creek.
Yeah.
Councilman Sukram. Okay. Okay, so Councilman, I'm sorry if you. can
Well, you
restate the
invited,
motion,
excuse
but-
me, Mayor, but you invited staff to give rebuttal on my motion, and I have a question for staff in regards to what he had to say.
Sure.
So I believe in earlier meetings when we said that only portions of and I agree with you, it was said that portions of these will drain into the northern route and end up coming into the detention cell from the north.
Yes, that's correct.
I think I also remember them saying, or you saying that if in fact we had a major water event, the water running into the Rawhide Creek, which is on those lots to the south where you said the water goes in there as well, might end up creating enough additional flow that you would have backup in the detention cell. Is that not a statement that was made earlier that in
No.
fact what goes into the Rawhide can adversely affect the detention cell in reverse?
I'm not sure we're saying the same thing, but I'll repeat what I have said in the past. You have the 80-acre site, and then you have the, I don't know, what is it, 20-some square miles that goes into the Rawhide Creek above that. I don't know if that number is right or not. Take the 80 acres out of it. You get a 100-year flood, the creek is going to flood, regardless of this 80 acres. The land within the 80 acres is lower than the actual floodplain elevation. So when the creek floods, and as is Central Park and as is, what is it, Cambridge? Not the homes, the homes are higher, but the land, like the parts of the streets, parts of the backyards. The elevation, let's say the elevation of the flood, it's 1184 in the very southeast corner of the tech park. That's the flood elevation. The ground level is 1183. And there is a lot of land out there, streets, backyards, etc., that are lower than 1184. So as it stands today,
take the tech park completely out of it, build a wall around it. Those elevations that are below 1184 are going to be inundated when there's a 100-year flood. So now when you put the 80 acres in there, we're building the pond. So we're controlling the 100-year storm rate of discharge out of the tech park. We're discharging it from those ponds. Part of it goes north into the 32nd Street ditch. Part of it goes south into the Rawhide Creek. We're discharging at the same rate as we are, let's say today, as it's undeveloped. So since the detention cell, the bank around it on the south end is an 1183, during the 100-year flood, again, take the tech park out of it, 100-year flood, water goes up above 1183, it's going to inundate the pond. So I'm not sure if that's what you were saying or asking, but that's kind of a synopsis of what I had said in the past.
Okay, so if I understand what you said in your earlier comments, Dave, I'm certainly willing to make an accommodation or a modification to what I just made for a motion. So I'll try this instead. I had said originally 80% of the tech park lots. What if I had said 80% of the tech park lots flowing into the detention cell? That would encompass those that are on the north side, 80% of those that are on the north side, because those are rooftops and concrete feeding the detention cell, not the Rawhide Creek. Would that have satisfied your concern?
Perhaps instead of saying the lots, because some of the lots drain two different directions, like the lots that
Okay,
are
so
directly,
what's a better word than lot?
perhaps the square footage.
Square footage. I'm fine with that. So would you be okay then with 80% of the square footage flowing into the detention cell?
Okay, and then what's the remainder of it? 80%?
To have completed construction on the square footage, that's 80% of the square footage flowing into the detention cell.
I think that's a truer definition. Now, it gets a little confusing when one lot is half in the Rawhide flood or Rawhide Basin, let's call it, and one half is in the detention cell basin, let's call it. How do you determine which half is developed? That becomes a tricky part. It's kind of like when you say lots. Well, half of that lot doesn't affect the drainage cell.
And maybe to be accommodating to that, I mean, I'm just trying to get to some common ground. So
I
so if you think that 80% is too high because of some of the things you just said, what if I lowered that to 70% of the square footage that flows into the detention cell is construction is complete?
I think that makes it a little more manageable.
Okay, I'm willing to do that as well. So thank you for
You're
following up. I appreciate your response to the questions. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me get that follow-up. I'd like to revise my motion to say the city council further recommends conditional approval that requires 70% of the technology park square footage flowing into the detention cell to have completed construction prior to any further replat of Outlot A, which abuts the residential properties. And something very similar to that language then as a separate bullet point in the now be it therefore statement below the ones recommended by Planning Commission. So I don't know.
I've
if
got a
that'll
question.
need a new
Yeah, there's
second,
already
I
a
guess, 'cause
motion
I
and a
revised my
second.
motion.
There's already a motion and a second.
Well, and I made an amendment to my motion, so we can deal with my
So you-
amendment before we get to the other motion, but I need a second on my amendment.
Who seconded?
We haven't seconded my, Councilman Ellis seconded my first motion. I now
Yeah.
have amended my motion. That needs a second.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
So we'll address his prior motion after this motion.
Yeah, assuming.
Because it will be amended if this passes. That's
Okay. I do have Councilman Legband.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to second his motion just now, not the first one, but this one. The amended, yeah.
Here you go, Tyler. Can you handle this? Okay. All right. Okay, we're on the amended amendment. That's how I'm gonna say it. Okay. 70%. Is it of the square footage flowing into the Rawhide? Or not detention? Thank you. Is everybody clear on that? Just to make sure. Okay. All right, cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Okay. Now. Okay. Yes.
Oh, so we don't need to go back and then revote, that motion just stands?
Okay. So I need a motion to approve the preliminary plat as amended. Councilman Jensen.
I will make the motion to approve the preliminary plat as amended.
Councilman Yerger,
Second the motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 13, resolution 2021-065 to approve revised Fremont Technology Park replat 3 final plat. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the final plat of those specific lots that were included in the preliminary plat. I would recommend that you make the same amendment for the final plat that you just made for the preliminary plat. Other than that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
And looking at the final plat map versus the preliminary plat map, I know your statement says they're identical.
Essentially, I mean, the process is identical. The final plat is platting specific lots. The preliminary plat covers the entire technology park. So there are lots in the preliminary plat that were already platted. We're not replatting those lots. We are platting the lots at the northwest corner of Lincoln and 32nd Street, and then those lots that are on the west side, except for the medical building and the gymnastics building.
Well, I'm specifically concerned about what I see on the eastmost side of the final plat in comparison to the preliminary plat that we just passed.
These are easements. You put easements on the final plat. You typically don't put easements on the preliminary plat. So all of the dashed lines that you see on these lots are easement lines. So you have utility easements, and on outlot A, the double line that goes up through the center of it is a utility easement. And then the line just a little bit further, the single line to the right, is an existing stormwater drainage easement.
Well, I guess my biggest observation was that on the preliminary plat, there is one giant outlot A. And that's what council voted and sent
There
back to
still
planning
is.
commission twice.
There still is one giant outlot A on the final plat. What you're seeing, the dashed lines that you are seeing are easements. They're not lot lines, they're easements. Just like the dashed lines that you see running across the other lots aren't creating a smaller lot within a lot. Those are all utility easements.
Well, my understanding of what the council did clear back in May with regards to, we want one big outlot A, was to facilitate, in fact, if the study was inadequate and detention areas in outlot A as being currently graded are not sufficient. If you have one big outlot A, you don't need to replat, you just move over another 50 feet and take some more out because it's all within the same outlot. This, and that's what shows up on the preliminary plat. But the final plat is actually broken down into outlot A and outlot A with 148 feet of detention. And I can't remember the numbers
It's
now.
all one lot. They're just easements.
They're not labeled as one. One is labeled for future development, land
Outlot,
sales or
yeah.
something, and
Outlot A.
the other is detention area. And I
Right.
believe the council originally said back in May 11th that we wanted that whole area for potential detention use.
So what the outlot A detention cell is pointing to, that area is pointing to, if you look at the grading plan, the area of the detention cell. And it's indicating that the remaining portion of Outlot A is reserved for future development. The dashed lines are easements that were requested by the utility
And
department.
I think that's where I think from my perspective, we disagree. It looks like 148 feet is being specified on the final plat as available for detention use. And another 187 feet or whatever it is being reserved for future lot sales. That's not what council did in the preliminary plat. That's not what council voted on twice. We wanted that whole 330 feet reserved in case we needed to widen the detention area.
And if you want to strike the reserve for future development, I have no problem with that. But you still need the utility easement requested by the utility department.
And I don't have any problem with
And
that.
the area that shows detention cell corresponds with the grading and drainage plan where the detention cell is shown and being graded today. So if you call the whole thing a detention cell, that's a bit of a misnomer because the grading plan only shows a portion of
The
that
current grading
for the
plan.
detention cell.
But the council, I think, was anticipating that if the study isn't adequate and we need to grade further out, we didn't want to have to replat. Now, are you telling me that with the designation on this plat, we don't have to replat anything to take a further wider swath that goes over the utility easement and takes more ground?
You shouldn't have to replat. No, it's an outlot. It's one big outlot.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. Utility easement can move, you own the property, the city owns the property. There's no reason to have a utility easement defining that the east side is strictly for detention and the west side of the utility easement is for development. As Councilman Yerger has stressed, and as a few of you have also commented and in agreement on the preliminary, you don't know what you're going to need until this starts to get built out, which is exactly why you guys just passed to hold on to until 70% is built out. And that was a good move. You wait until 70% is built. You don't need to have utility easement on property owned by the city. It's our land. You can put that easement in whenever. Nobody else owns it but the city. There's no reason to delineate that now and set that in stone and have it dimensioned. You have 330-foot swatch going west to east and the full length of that north. Why delineate that and parcel that out? To me, this is nothing more than a parceling out with intent. And you just took that off the table with the preliminary.
Lori Adams, 2824 Laverna in Fremont. First, I applaud you council members for your efforts over these past months in trying to help the citizens surrounding the tech park. On May 11th, every one of you here tonight, with the exception of our new council member, of course, voted in favor to combine the 5 lots on the east side into Outlot A. And after 4 months or over 4 months now, it appears that we have that with one caveat. We do have a preliminary plat with a single Outlot A as requested. But the final plat has been revised to include an Outlot A detention cell plus an Outlot A reserved for future development. So I'm concerned as why they were identified separately in the final plat versus the preliminary plat. Why was the final plat just not identical to the preliminary plat? Who is so determined to keep the appearance of these sections separated? And I pulled a copy of the preliminary final plat from the 524 Planning Commission meeting, and it just says Outlot A, period. I don't know why we couldn't have just gone back to that one. But anyway, the term reserved for future development is a little concerning to me. It's not necessarily reserved just for future development. It's being reserved in the event that drainage is not sufficient and we have to tap into that to make adjustments. I don't want that to get lost in the fact of all these discussions, both now and in the future. As mentioned from the beginning, we are not against the development of the tech park. But as citizens who have already experienced flooding from this area without any development at all, we just want to make sure it's done right. And I don't think it was a lot to ask for in having one outlaw, as it solidifies for us that no development can be done until we know that drainage is effective, and that it can't be altered administratively, as already has been done many times with this plat already. So thank you again for listening, and I thank you for your efforts in fighting for the protection and safety of our homes.
Irene Alexander, 1767 Victoria Lane. I could repeat everything that everybody said again, but we're all tired and we don't need that. I just want to point out that the reason that we're feeling so distrustful of that final plat and what is on there is because of what has happened in the past. All these manipulations that have been put in and changes that have been made without your knowledge. So you can understand how we feel. And you should feel the same way. So please do the right thing. Take that stuff out, make it one lot, period.
Linda Hazerbrook, 925 East Fifth, Fremont. Mr. Mayor, City Council. I was at the September 20th Planning Commission meeting and listened to one commissioner ask, why are we talking about this again? Why indeed? I believe that question tells the story. This debate of Outlot A versus Outlot A and B has been going on since April. As stated in the Planning Director's report, it has been voted on and approved by both the Planning Commission and the City Council to have one Outlot A, not A and B, and not as what you see presented on the final plat map tonight, dividing Outlot A into two, with the western side reserved for future development. Things seem to change between the meetings of the Planning Commission and the City Council and the decisions that are made by them. The final motion brought forward by the Planning Commission was one Outlot A with no designation for saleable lots. If in the future there was further development in Outlot A, it needed to go before the Planning Commission and approved by the council, who decided in effect to subdivide Outlot A as shown on the final plat map. I urge this council to approve the written resolution showing Outlot A as one individual lot with no division as it is shown now, and that no lots can be sold without no lots can be sold within Outlot A without the Planning Commission and city approval. I would also ask that you add to that resolution that no action can be taken solely by the administrative staff to circumvent that decision. Thank you.
Troy Shaven, Assistant City Administrator Utilities. I'd just like to point out that that easement in the middle of Lot A is for our gas and electric lines for our loop. We loop the subdivisions, and that's for reliability. So if half of the subdivision goes out, everybody doesn't go out, we're able to backfeed from the other side. That's something that goes in at the beginning of the process. We're not going to wait for 80% of the lots to get put in, or we won't be able to feed the subdivision. So if the intent is to make that Lot A future basin, the entire thing a basin, that's something we need to know now so that we can move that easement all the way to the front of the yard. That's going to create a lot of issues in the future, though, having water, sewer, gas, and electric in the front yard. It's going to become a mess if they were to ever have to come in there and locate. So if the intent is to leave that there, it creates some issues with the constructability of the utilities, is my point. If that's the intent, That's something that we need to know now, and that front yard easement needs to be larger to accommodate all of the utilities. Thanks.
Scott Euling, 1335 Glenwood Court. I'd like to thank the gentleman for pointing that out because that is the very reason we're here. I understand that it's an easement drawn on a drawing, but once you bury gas lines, we're not going to be digging a detention cell through the gas lines. We're not going to want to move the gas lines because of the cost. That's the very reason all of us are here and all of us are concerned, because if that happens, no changes can be made. I realize it's just an easement, but once we bury it, folks, we're not digging a detention cell through that. So I would ask that you either reroute the gas lines, make the plans now so that we can, because the whole idea of making this outlot A is so that if we find out that that detention cell isn't big enough, we have the option to make it bigger. It's cheap insurance. Once we bury the gas line, folks, we all know what's going to happen. So I sincerely appreciate what he just pointed out, because even though they may not be lot lines drawn on the drawing, they're as good as, because they're buried gas lines and we're not digging it up. Thank you.
Paul Von Buren, 2046 East 30th, what he said. What drives us crazy is trying to stay ahead of this process. And that is exactly what we see when we see this final plot. All of a sudden, we now see the easements. No objection to that. Those have to be done. Nobody wants to move gas lines after the fact. But once you start labeling one side as a lot A detention cell, lot A for future development, you have locked in those sizes. As Scott said, we've just said that there's a chance that we've got an unproven detention cell. We've got what, 60 plus acres that we're going to create yet of impermeable surface. Nobody knows. So the point of this is, from our perspective, this becomes just one more way. We've had the changes. We've put in the 5 lots. We've taken out the 5 lots. We've put in 2 lots. We've taken out the 2 lots. We're back to 1 lot. And now we've just said we are going to do 1 lot, except now it's been pre-divided into 2 lots. Basically, from what, if these gas lines and utility lines are placed as stated, what's just been done is the lot lines are defined. Game over. We have what we have. There is no changing, no going back. Your resolution, Councilman Yerger, is invalid because there is no changing the size of this detention. So what we're asking in this final plot, I'm not sure what the solution is, but it appears that in laying these gas lines and defining these easements, the sole purpose is to define the size of these lots and finally create a solution that cannot be altered by anybody, by you or anyone. It's one more administrative change that is designed to get the way of the administration. It's the thing that has driven us crazy through this whole process. And what we're asking for you, the council, is to just simply adjust accordingly, to do whatever is necessary to adjust this easement so that we can have what we've already agreed to, because this easement effectively nullifies everything that you've said, everything that you've done, if it is not done correctly. And that is our request, because this is where the game ends. And I think that is fully understood by the drawing of these easement lines. So we're asking you to do whatever is necessary to allow for any flexibility in that future detention pond. Thank you.
Steve Ray, 1445 North Irving. I'd agree with the last 2 speakers. I'm glad Mr. Shaven brought that forward, that the easements, it looks like another way that the administration oh, we're gonna put this easement through here now and effectively saving those lots off. They couldn't do it the other way and make it outlot B and outlot A. So we're just gonna run an end run here and make an easement through there, put the lines in, and then basically you can't put any more detention cell there. And I'm sure after 4 or 5 months of this, that is not the intent that the citizens want, and it's not the intent that the council's been looking for. One outlot, if you have to move your easements for your things, I've heard Mr. Newton say the city is the developer, so we can do what we want with those lines. We don't have to run them down through the middle of outlot A and actually create. And everything you've went through for the last 4 or 5 months to try and create this cell that we could just go ahead and use more of that land if we needed to for a detention cell. If you put the easement through there, basically you're just saying you've wasted 5, 6 months on this because it's not going to happen that way. So you need to just take the easements out of there and make it one lot until you find out if you can develop it or not.
Steve Hazebrook, 925 East Fifth Street here in Fremont. A lot of my points have already made, so I won't repeat the points, but I would like to make one. The one outlot A was to give you enough room to adjust to whatever situation the future and future developments will bring you, and to err for a change on the side of caution. If a piece of it can be developed for sale down the road, well, good, but that needs to be down the road. But you should not be at a point where you are willing to cast in stone any part of A as any sort of saleable property. There are at least 300 acres of undeveloped land surrounding the area that you do not understand and cannot predict with the information you have what will happen down the road to protect the individual property owners. So I would encourage you to keep the outlot A without any utilities, without any other reservation or conditions that look like or seem to make it look like ready for saleable lots. Outlot A needs to be outlot A, reserved for whatever situation comes down the road in the future based on the future developments. Thank you.
Linda Von Buren, 2046 East 30th Street. I would like to ask that you continue the final replat until the utility easements are defined to allow the lot line flexibility. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Can I clarify one thing?
Hey, Troy, 2 questions. One, Travis, can we remove the easements from the final plat?
The council, yeah, they can move the easement. yeah.
So Troy, if we just remove that center strip right there and we'll come back later and add it when we design gas. Because we'll either have to move it clear to the east side or clear to the west side.
We
can go in the
we
backyards.
can build it. My point of the whole thing was, and I'm a little concerned about, because this, I admittedly have not been paying attention to this. This isn't
The easements have always
this
been
isn't
there.
an administration attempt to divide the lot. We get our plats and then the utility tells them where to go. And if you look at every plat, it's pretty similar. We have a gas loop or an electric loop around the outside, and then we have front easements for water and if sewer, if we need them. This is the first I've heard of that entire lot being reserved for a drainage thing. And my concern is that this will become precedence and it creates an uncertainty on the utility for the future use of that stuff. And my concern is putting something in the ground and having to take it out later and not knowing what's going to be there. We can certainly We can certainly put it in the front of the lots, but it creates, it will create issues down the line, because if if an Hallow comes through and has to bore that later, they're gonna hit everything going. I mean, you think they hit service lines now, they're gonna hit everything going through there.
Yeah, but my point is, we can take that easement and just eliminate down the center and build it over on the very east side on the property line.
We would build it probably on the
Because I
front.
would not go in the front.
We would build it on the east side of
On
the
the east
street,
side, yeah.
on the west side of those lots is where we would build it, but it would have to be a larger easement. That
No, no, no,
existing
no, no, no.
easement wouldn't be.
No, go back on the back side of Central Square, put it there. Clear to the east. Okay? It's not gonna do anything back there.
I don't know about the,
Just for the lagoon.
they would have to comment on the lagoon. The lagoon, because you're gonna have an outlet pipe there, and I don't know if you'd be able to get, I don't know where you'd come under, or
No, there's no outlet pipe along the east side.
certainly, where does the lagoon drain to?
Drains to the north and drains to the south. No, it's fine over on the east side. My point is we can create the loop on the east side. We don't have to go down and split it there. Okay?
It would have to be underneath the berm here.
There's a slope there. There's a berm and a slope, but we can put it back there just to make the loop.
It would be an additional bore underneath the creek channel. That's additional money. I mean, we'd like to have it on the back. We can build it anywhere. If you want to take that middle one out, we'll figure out where to put it.
Staff's not opposed to taking the middle one out.
No.
Any other comments from the public?
Name is Gene Schultz. I live at 2306 Gene Drive, Fremont. The government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Is that supposed to apply to city government too? Over the past few months, it seems like I have been watching what goes on when dealing with a street corner huckster. Citizens seem to have a reasonable concern, drainage near their property that affects one of their biggest investments. But through no fault of the planning commission or the city council, they keep getting the runaround. For how many weeks has it gone on? They think they have found a solution, but then they are sadly mistaken. They can't keep track. Under which thimble will they find the P? How many cards are in the deck? Is there another card up the sleeve? Fremont seems to have more magicians than the Barnum and Bailey Circus. So the question is, will the citizens that live near the tech park find some satisfaction tonight? Or will those citizens be presented with yet another illusion? Thank you.
Okay, any comments from council? Councilman Legman.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with everybody that talked tonight. We have to take that out of the middle, whether it goes under the berm on the east side or moves to the west, wherever it works best for city to put it, but obviously not straight down the middle in case something happens where we need to make that detention pond bigger. So I'm going to agree with everyone tonight.
Councilman Yerger.
So I needed to get something clarified by legal. I think you said a moment ago that council is free to make the easement removals on the final plat. This doesn't have to go back to planning commission to do what we've been discussing here with the public, and that can be removed. And as the city administrators indicated, we could move it over on the plat to the extreme east and replat it and show it that way. We can do that as council. Planning
Yeah.
commission doesn't have to have it.
Correct.
Okay. And so the only other question that I have for staff is, and I've looked and maybe I've missed it, I can't find the resolution related to the final plat in the packet material tonight. So did I miss it? If so, what page is it on? If not, it seems like that needs to be crafted.
It should be in there.
I don't find it in my packet. So can you tell me what page it's on?
I just printed it out from the folder.
Okay, well,
So it
what,
should have been picked up and
you know,
put in the folder. So I don't know what page.
I mean, there is one in here, but it's dated May
Just
11th of
print it out.
2021, which is the original one.
No,
And,
I've
and then
got-
everything behind that looks like it came from the planning commission
Yeah,
meeting, which
there
I
was
understand.
I don't know why the planning commission packet folder was in
Right.
that folder. I don't
Yeah, and
know.
it-
But I do know that the resolution is in that folder and it must not have been picked up when Tyler put the packet together because I just printed it out from that folder, resolution 2021-065. I can't, it's very
Well, maybe
similar.
I missed it, and maybe I misclipped it into your materials.
It's not in there. So Jennifer, you need to make a copy.
Okay.
Record.
So here's what I.
I'll go make a few copies
Well,
of this or.
Let me, just hold on. I might be able to save you some trouble. I want to make a motion to continue this for the fact that the resolution is not yet drafted. I'd like to finish this up tonight. I really would, but we don't have a resolution. We need to clean up the drawing to get rid of the easement anyway and move it over on the eastmost side so that we actually have before us what we're going to approve. So I'd like to continue this to the next meeting to give staff an opportunity to craft the resolution that's missing in the packet and to get the drawing rectified to take out the easement. And as part of that resolution, I agree with you earlier, you said we need to incorporate the 70% per square footage that we just added before, as well as the planning commission conditions. Those need to find their way into this resolution. So I would continue this to the next meeting, ask staff to get that resolution prepared with all of those items corrected so that we could finish this up completely at the next meeting.
And I would just add that if, I would like to make sure Troy has an opportunity to really take a look at this and figure out where that easement should go for the gas, instead of specifying that it should be in one place or another. If we're going to continue it, I want to
That's
make sure
fine.
he has the
I'm
flexibility.
fine with that too, as long as it's not in the middle of Outlot A. He can put it on the east side or the west side, wherever the city thinks they want to put it, but just not down the middle, as we've been discussing tonight. And as long as council agrees, we can do that. That just needs to come back. So my motion is to continue to the next meeting, get that fixed and bring it back.
How soon can Olson get us?
Resolution 2021-065 is on page 239.
Wow.
And it's dated September 28th, 2021.
How did you find that? 2 months. What page? Yep, there it is. Good catch.
Okay, I stand corrected. It's here. However, it's not adequate and the drawing's not adequate. And so we really can't approve the resolution, even if we modify the language as we did on the preliminary without having the plat map to go with it. Is that correct, council?
You could delineate where that easement is without
but-
getting a new plat, I guess the question.
But
would
they
be
didn't
how-
want to delineate it tonight, so
Well, that's a different question, yeah.
I understood you to say you wanted staff to be able to look at where the best placement would be for us not to specify.
I'm not sure it matters. We could add an easement at some point in the future. There's a process for that. I just file an easement with the Register of Deeds when they decide it's the right place to put the easement.
I'm trying to make sure that we can get this on the drawing so that the public doesn't have to come back again when we bring this back and you bring an easement back and they want to say, well, where did you put it? If we put a drawing in front of us, what we're approving, we'll know where it's going to go.
Susan's actually right. The lot is owned by the city. And so you don't have to put the easement on there. You just have to remove the middle one. I'm hesitant to say where to put it today, only because I'm not familiar enough with the lagoon, the depth, the outlet structure. We generally don't want to put stuff under lagoons or water structures, because when you have outages during storms, it rains, we end up trying to dig through a lagoon or a basin. So you don't need, I'd rather not specify where the easement is, just remove the middle one. And if it's okay, approve it that way. And then we'll have to come back. We'll have to let our gas and electric guys look at it again, figure out whether they want to go on the east side or the west side. I think they're going to want to stay on the street side. But that's the way I would do it. We don't need the easement to be relocated right now.
Okay, so before I do something with my motion that I have on the table, since I'm still got the floor, if I don't pursue the motion to continue to the next meeting to get that fixed, can we fix the resolution now that we found it to put in the items from the conditions from the preliminary plat discussion along with the because the planning commission is there, we'll add the ones that we just voted on. And then we'll make some sort of a whereas statement that says we're going to remove the easements that needs to be in the resolution to make sure that they get removed.
You could amend the final plat to remove that easement first and then approve the resolution to approve the final plat as amended. And you could put in a whereas statement that says the easement, utility easement on the far east side is removed.
Okay. Well,
In the middle.
okay.
About lot A.
Then I am willing to withdraw my motion to continue. So it's a privileged motion. I'm willing to withdraw that if in fact we can make the amendment to the final plat document to remove the easements out of outlot A. So that is just one big outlot, just as we originally just and put that extra bullet point into the resolution for the 70% that we just passed. If we can do those things,
And
then
add the
I
con-
would, then I'll be willing to withdraw my motion to continue.
So that amendment along with the same conditions that were approved for the preliminary plat.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, so now we have to have a motion to modify the final plat to take out the easements, and then we need a motion to amend the resolution for the additional language.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion to amend the final plat to take out the utility easements so that we have one large outlot A.
And also the conditions of the preliminary plat.
We'll get that after.
Sorry.
this is done.
Okay, all right. Okay. Councilman Legman,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Okay.
So now I'll make a motion to modify the resolution 2160-065 to include the extra whereas statement and the extra bullet point under now be it therefore resolved that we passed in the preliminary plat.
Councilman Sukram,
I will second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the resolution as amended. Councilman Jensen,
I will make the motion to approve resolution 2021-065 as amended.
Councilman Yerger,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
All right, moving on to new business, item 14, ordinance 5588 to modify and continue business improvement district number 1 in the downtown. This will be for first reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. It's time to renew the BID. The end of the year, the 5 years is up, so we're coming to you a little bit early before it actually expires. We'd like to introduce it tonight. This tonight would be basically just the first reading. At the second reading next month, at the next meeting on the 12th, we'll actually have formal public comment required by state law. So tonight, we're just asking that you introduce it, hold first reading, and move this forward.
Any questions for staff? Are there any comments from the public?
Go after you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Larry Marvin, 635 North Main Street, Fremont, Nebraska. Location, location, location. I thank you for being here tonight to hear my comments. That's because I do not want you to be able to say, I did not know that. or I did not raise the mill levy. You or your predecessors confiscated all the parking along Military Avenue. And then you bought the house just just north of this building, and you created parking for yourselves. So you deprive us of our public parking, and you use our taxes or our utility fees to create parking for yourselves. I see this as a double standard. You and your BID have had 5 years to prove yourselves as promoters of downtown. I think you have created ghost town. Just walk with me up and down Main Street. Just walk with me up and down Main Street, okay? US Bank, Buck Shoes, the Kohlmeyer upstairs, the Johnson Apartments, Karma Store, the corner of Second and Main, the 102 North Main, Fremont Tribune, Fitness Business, Carl's Jewelry, the Paint Store, 435 North Main, 505, which has finally been showing some rehabilitation. And Samters is apparently retired and closing out. And my building is only 8.33% space rented. And this is not sustainable. On Park Street, 635 has plywood over the windows or the front windows. So in real estate, you hear location, location, location. And in business, we hear depreciation and obsolescence. We taxpayers are overtaxed, and you do not listen to your constituents. And I got to hear you were listening tonight. If a single person is paying $2,000 in taxes and the assessor raises his or her valuation 50%, then he or she will be paying $3,000 taxes because you touched and pushed the button on your table to spend, spend, spend. We have hope and reasonable expectations of you to cut the mill levy 50% from last year's mill levy. So now you cannot say that you have never heard this before. Thank you.
Susan Jacobus, 18005 North D Street. In your staff report that you have what is called the budget, proposed budget. And what's in there is not fully defined. For instance, the request to increase $18,000 is not necessarily supported by the budget. When it comes to capital improvements, it's not defined. They're just saying we need $10,000 for it. Well, what are those capital improvements? Even you do not pass a blank check. Your council talked about the capital improvement plans at great length during the long budget process during a very arduous month of September. And you talked about them yet tonight, but they're defined. You know what your monies were, whether you all collectively agree or disagree when the vote came down to it. You knew what you were voting on for those capital improvement projects. On this, you do not. There's an ask of 10 grand a year. They want it for 5 years as well. You do not have any capital improvement projects identified. As for future projects, they want an additional $8,000, $40,000 over 5 years. Doing the math, that's $90,000. And again, it's not defined. It isn't such a lofty goal to have a future project defined, but it's a lofty goal when it's not defined. You wouldn't ask me, the taxpayer, or anybody else that has come before you to give you a blank check of $5 million for capital improvement projects that you haven't decided what you needed it for, but you just wanted, so you're going to raise your taxes. This is very similar in nature to that. I think the BID does serve a purpose. And I think married with Main Street, Collectively, they do good work. They're involved and they're engaged. And again, like I stated before, I would love to see members of the BID actually own the stores and participate in the businesses downtown. Mr. Marvin actually made a very good point. We're losing businesses down there. Please don't overburden the already tax-paying business owner by putting a little bit more onto their shoulders. I don't believe the need for 66,000 versus the 48 is justified. I absolutely don't oppose continuation of the 48,000. And if you're going to ask for $18,000 next year or the following year, please justify it and define what those capital improvement projects are and what those future projects are. Please do not pass along a blank check or any additional taxes. Thank you.
Tom Cody, 2625 County Road 11, Fremont. I'm currently chairman of the BID, and we're coming to the end of our first 5 years, and we've learned a lot as as the 5 years have gone on. We've got a really good board. We have 11 people on the board, and most of them are building owners. I think 100% are building owners, and some of them are business people, but we have them from service organizations, we have them from retail organizations. We have them from large businesses and we have them from small businesses. So we've got a pretty good cross section of town. And we meet every month. And the one thing that we've learned is that it's very difficult to complete large projects when it's all volunteer. And that's one reason why we've got together with Main Street. And that's one reason why we're asking for an increase to 66,000. Because we want to get together with Main Street and hire a director that will serve both groups. And that'll cost us around $30,000. And BID would pay half of that, and Main Street would pay half of that. And the reason that we want to get together and have an employee that would be a $30,000 employee is that they'll be able to spend the time it takes to do the job, and we can get a quality person for that kind of money to work 25 hours a week and work on for both groups. The marketing fund that we have in the budget in the past, we've spent most of that on social media, and we'll continue to do that. It seems to be the most effective use of advertising dollars at this point to reach a broad audience. The other biggest thing we've got going is maintenance as the BID. And it's really critical that you folks approve the $66,000 so we can move forward. It would be a shame to not have maintenance dollars to continue on with what we've got already out there. We got together with Main Street and the Convention Bureau, and we wrote for grant money, and all parties have contributed to the Christmas decorations. And it's going to take maintenance money every year to maintain the Christmas decorations, estimated around $5,000 a year, because they're in the weather and they're in nasty weather, and some of them are going to need to be replaced. And we don't want to go back to where we came from, where we put them up for, I don't even know how long those other decorations were up there, but probably 15 years, and they look terrible. And it makes the downtown look terrible. It makes Fremont look terrible. That's just one seasonal issue that we have on maintenance. The other thing we do is spend money to maintain the parking lots, have landscaping come in to maintain the parking lot. And that comes out of the tax that taxed inside the business improvement district, and it doesn't require general fund money to take care of maintaining some of the owned property that benefits those people downtown. The whole goal of BID is to make the business improvement district stronger than what it is today, and the money is spent on as broad a spectrum as we can. Some projects are too large to do it in 1 year, so we've had to go through a 3-year building of the Christmas decorations to get them on every pole. Anyway, I don't want to get into all the detail. I'll have a presentation for you next week at the BID, or at the council meeting on October 14th. But it's really important that you folks approve the 66,000 so that we can move forward on all the projects that we're working on. Thank you.
Any additional comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem?
I do have a question because it's the building owners that end up paying that tax for the BID. What did your building owners, when you surveyed them, respond to?
Thank you for asking. We
Hold on, Tom. Sir, hold on one second.
If he's the BID chairman, can we?
Kind of like an applicant for the ordinance, I suppose. And the BID is a public.
Yeah, that's okay. Go ahead with it. I mean, if he's the chairman of the BID, it's appropriate. Go ahead, Tom.
We had 2 meetings. We had one at noon on the 24th of August, I believe it was, and then we had one on the 25th, and we did one at noon and we did one in the evening so that people could come to the different meetings and share their input. And we had virtually 100% positive response to what has been done and what's available to us in the future. We had 27 people, I think, the first night or the first at noon, and then we had I think 12 at the evening meeting. And we mailed out a postcard to every business owner and every building owner in the business improvement district, and invited them to the meeting, or they could call and share their feelings.
Thank you.
That answer your question?
Yes, so you're basically saying that they are willing to pay the taxes that are assessed to continue the BID.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Ellis?
That's not the word I'm getting on the street, but until we get some numbers, we'll figure that one out. So you had 27 and then 12. How many members or how many building owners?
There's about 220 properties in the business district.
Okay. So, and it's a pretty small number that attended the meetings and gave you positive input. You mentioned the Christmas lights. You said all 3 entities paid for the Christmas lights. Main Street wasn't.
I said Christmas decorations.
Christmas decorations. Main Street did participate in that. Are you correct?
Yes.
The city.
They did participate.
They gave money towards it. I thought it was broken up into 3: city, the CBB, and BID.
Main Street put money into it, and I don't know that, well, the city through the BID put money into it. And the CVB, I believe, is all they bought was the large Christmas tree that sits on the corner up there by your building.
So you're saying Main Street did donate money towards the Christmas decorations?
Right, yeah.
Well, I've been on the BID. I'm a business owner. I'm a building owner, and I don't have a problem paying the BID. I think, making downtown the best it can possibly be is what we need. What I have a problem with is giving you guys a blank check, because I really believe, like the comprehensive plan, there needs to be a plan in place. You guys have had 5 years to figure out what it's like or doing as a BID. And I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think downtown is better than it was 5 years ago? Or do you-
Sure.
It is better.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess what I would be asking from you, and I guess this is the first reading, is there needs to be a lot better of a plan, a CIP. I mean, if you're gonna spend $90,000, I'd like to know what that includes as a building owner. I just think that there needs to be some sort of a strategic plan. I know I've talked with Councilman Ganem about the creative districts that are available through the legislation. But before we can even apply for those, we need a strategic plan in place before you can even apply. And so I really, I'm behind the BID. I want it to be successful, because if it's successful, my business is successful, my building is successful. But I don't like throwing money into a hole, not knowing where it's going, what's going to be done. And I really believe that's kind of what's happened the last 5 years.
You have a copy of the budget that we put together.
I do.
And it's a small portion of what needs to be spent downtown.
We got $90,000 in capital improvements and so what in future projects, what is that? $90,000.
50,000.
Well, you got 50,000 in capital improvements, and then in future projects, you got 40,000. So that's essentially $90,000 that you guys can spend in doing something downtown. What is that gonna be?
Well, we have several concepts out there, but we don't have it isolated down.
And that's kind of, again, you guys, I know that you came to the end of your BID, you had some money, and you're gonna buy some speakers now. And I think that it's a good thing, but I think it's a knee-jerk reaction. I wish we had a strategic plan for downtown that says.
It's not a
this is-
knee-jerk reaction. We've been working on these speakers for 2 years. And we finally came up with the right speaker system for what we're going to do.
You've had two people demonstrate them to you, is that correct?
Yes,
And so that was last month and the previous month.
correct.
Okay. So I just feel like the BID is a good thing for downtown. Again, I'm for it. It just needs some work before we go on with the next phase of this. And so that's where I'm at with my vote this evening.
Councilman Legman.
Yeah, I believe he said he was going to have a presentation for us at the next meeting. I think a lot of those could be answered. Obviously, they have some projects, but they can't start looking at things without knowing they'll have the money to do it too. So I think we'll find out more at the next meeting, and I think we're moving in the right direction. Downtown needs to be revitalized. Downtown needs people working together. Downtown needs this.
Councilman Yerger.
Well, that's been interesting to listen to. I'm just going to make my motion, I guess. I believe that the public hearing is extremely important for us to have. And historically, public hearings are held before we move to ordinance readings and the like. So I'm going to make a motion to continue first reading until October 9th, which is when staff says we're actually going to hold public hearing. And that public hearing will be early in the meeting. That's typically the way the agendas work. We have public hearing and then we go on to regular agenda items, old business. So if you want to put this in under old business, that's fine with me, but it would be preceded by the public hearing. So I make a motion to continue this item until October 9th. Oh, 12th. Your staff report says the 9th. So the 12th, if 12th is the date, the 12th is what I'm recommending.
Okay, is there a second? Councilman Ellis. The 12th. Yes.
Yeah, next regular meeting. That's what I want.
Was that a second, Councilman Ellis? Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-4.
Take a motion to introduce and hold first reading. Councilman Jensen,
I will make the motion. I will make the motion to introduce and hold first reading.
Councilman Legband,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Will not have first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska to continue the existence and authority of the Fremont Business Improvement District Number 1, establishing the purpose for such district, providing that real property within district shall be subject to special assessments, describing the boundaries of the Fremont Business Improvement District Number 1, establishing the proposed method of assessment to be imposed within the district, providing penalties for failure to pay special assessments, repealing ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect on first reading.
Moving on, item 15, receipt and discussion of the June, July, and August Forever Home Sheltering and Animal Control Report. Is there a staff report on this item?
Councilman Yerger.
I added it into the agenda because typically we've been putting these reports into the public record and giving the public an opportunity to speak on them if they want. So we hadn't had all of the historic reports before. I think we got into the record now, the reports for June, July, and August. That was the goal. And so if the public wants to comment on any of those, I assume they all got into the packet originally. We didn't have them all, but they think they got added in the end. Is that right, Tyler? So all three reports are available for public discussion if they choose to. Otherwise, they're just entered into the record for historical purposes.
Any other questions for Councilman Yerger? Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D. I just downloaded the packet information from Forever Homes. I missed it reviewing the council agenda. I did it today and I didn't see July and August. I saw fish from September 1st, a bunch of fish, but I didn't see August. And I didn't see any of the cats and dogs. I'm sure they had some interaction with cats and dogs in July and August. So pretty much the bulk of this is June. It's not August at all, and there's fish in July. Unless there's something missing from the packet that got added this evening, but it wasn't in there this afternoon.
Very tough, 1825 North Keene. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm only here tonight to ask you guys to pay attention to these reports that are provided by FHI. While I understand that Forever has reserved their rights to operate as a rescue separately from city animal control, then I request that they start doing just that. In the reports, they show their rescues numbers. I don't think the public is too interested in their private rescue numbers. And this makes myself and others wonder if they or how much are actually mixing the two. And I would also like to draw your attention to the section of the contract that states the duties of Forever. FHI is required per contract to state that the reasons of euthanasia on the reports. I do not see that on these reports. It also concerns me that on these reports, or it also concerns me that they report animals come in on DOA, yet the length of stay was 6, 14, or 26 days. The animal was either dead on arrival or it wasn't. There's no length of stay in between. However, that brings me to wonder what they are doing with these dead animals. I know in the RFP that was mentioned, yet it was nowhere for the public to see. In fact, it would be, in a perfect world, the euthanasia reasoning would be made by a licensed vet. I think maybe you as a council should form a citizens board or a place for complaints and animal control, as well as an approval for euthanasias. I only say that because not everyone agrees with the statement that not every dog can be saved. For example, on September 3rd, FHI euthanized a dog, stating it was because it had bitten a few people. Yet no police reports have been made regarding these bites, and no judge deemed this dog dangerous. But a couple of weeks prior, it was stated that the dog just wasn't right in the head due to inbreeding. There are other rescues in town in Fremont of Fremont and outside of Fremont that would have used their own funds to attempt to help this golden retriever that was killed on September 3rd. I'm not here trying to tear down FHI or the city, but I'm here to make sure everyone is aware we are far from being a community to be proud of for animal welfare. I'd love to see the day that Fremont is seen in a positive light for animal control. There needs to be some type of protocol for the euthanasia at least, providing the animal is not in immediate danger or suffering. Also, the transfer in section of these reports are also concerning, and because who in the world as another agency would transfer in a bat to FHI rather than to wildlife? In conclusion, we are far away from being an acceptable place for the voiceless, yet thousands of dollars are being spent. If things are done right, there's nothing to hide, and it's your job to make sure that these agencies adhere to your contracts. With that said, these reports should probably not be accepted by you. Thank you.
Any discussion from council? Not, I would take a motion to receive. Councilman Yerger.
Well, I just have one quick question, I guess, for staff. The reports that were offered for the record came off of the city's website that were supposedly the reports we received from Forever Home for the various months, June, July, and August.
5 pages of reports, and they include animals and cats, and dogs and everything.
So it would appear that we pulled the right reports to put into the record. Then I don't know what happened, but as long as the full and complete report is what we've got in the record, then receiving those, I guess, would be appropriate. They're already on the
I
website.
forward, you see the email I forward you, I get it right from Deb, so they're the reports.
I do think that the public's raising some concerns that we, as a council and as law enforcement, we need to make sure that the reports we're getting are giving us the information that we want and need. So I'm thankful that for the public following along on the reports and bringing things to our attention, and we need to follow through, but I'd make a motion to receive the reports.
Councilman Jensen.
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Number 16, resolution 2021-145 to designate city clerk as agent to act on temporary expansion of liquor license applications. This time we'll have staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The city received a request to utilize a new state statute that would allow for temporary expansion of liquor license. This is kind of an offshoot. Back in 2020, they would have allowed, I believe it's up to 60 days per year, but now it's been scaled back to 15 days per year in subsequent years to 2020. Ultimately, it would be a restaurant expanding their footprint beyond their current footprint to allow liquor sales in that area. Look at it kind of like we do an SDL. The state follows the SDL process. With this process, they basically kick it to the locals to, take action and approve these, and then we would submit the documentation to the state. The documents that I kind of revised are based upon the SDL form. I changed them to meet state statute. The outdoor diagram looks familiar probably as well. And then the request to have the city clerk designated as the person to consider these and approve these. I would follow the same process by which I do the SDL. So if there's something unique or interesting or potentially problematic, I would bring that to the city council to consider and take action on. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. The one issue too is, you have a lot of businesses with liquor licenses downtown and things like that. If they're expanding into, public right of way or into a parking lot or other property, they would still need the permission from the city council to be able to use that area, and we would have to enter an agreement for that purpose. So.
Thank you, Tyler. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
Didn't have any specific questions for the staff, but I do have a few concerns, I guess, relative to doing this. First and foremost, by delegating the authority and taking this off the council's plate, we are in essence denying public notice. So if whatever license you're going to want to issue, you can just handle unilaterally because we appoint you to do that. Adjacent businesses, adjacent residences to wherever these would be held, I assume are going to have no opportunity to come to a council meeting and say, well, now, wait a minute, I want to speak to that designated license. I object. We won't have an opportunity for them to do that. That's one of my biggest problems, I think. The second is, although you've incorporated some of the criteria out of statute, I'm not sure that that's all the criteria that the council would want to develop for you to follow in administering this. Those seem to be sort of the bare essentials. So one of my questions for council was, council and the city are somewhat indemnified with regards to if we make a decision with regards to a license or whatever, and it's ends up being problematic and somebody were to sue us. We're sort of indemnified as a public body. Is the clerk equally indemnified if he makes that decision by himself? As a hired official rather than an elected official?
Well, sir, under the statute, the city's authorized to designate the clerk as that.
I understand we
Yeah.
can.
Yep.
My question is, if something
Equally protected as
were
if
to
the
rise
council-
out of a unilateral decision he makes that didn't go through council.
Yep, it's just as protected as if the
Just as
council
protected.
did it in the other instances. Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure that, that was the same. I think there are other criteria here that might be important that aren't necessarily on the form. And that's one of the other concerns that I had is if we're going to delegate authority, or if we're going to be granting these licenses ourselves, we should know what the criteria is. And I don't know that we have that specifically spelled out beyond what the clerk has put on this form to be filled out. So I don't know that we actually have adequate criteria for handing off the authority. Personally, I prefer that the authority stay at council for the reasons that at least we're going to give the public an opportunity to have notice and to come and speak. Because in the effort of transparency and to make sure that we're protecting the rights of other citizens surrounding where this activity would go on, I think we owe it to the public to give them that right to come and speak to us. And they don't have that same privilege with the designated authority under the clerk to come in and make a protest, if you will. And so I would prefer that we not approve this, that we keep this authority to ourselves.
So I thought about the process by which, you have a property and they want to expand out onto another, either adjacent property owner it could be, or, city property. So if they decided to use, a city parking lot or something like that, I think the public would be notified through that process because the city council would have to approve a contract for them to use that area. If it remains 100% on private property, then that would be an issue between the property owners or their own property. Now, it's good to be a good neighbor, I guess. And if you're having the events out there and not really talking to your neighbor, I could see where that would cause some problems. But if there's additional criteria you want to add to the license, I would be open to that.
Councilman Ellis.
I just want to make sure I understand. So if a restaurant has a designated area they can sell liquor and they want to expand it within their own property, this would come to you and it wouldn't come to us, and you would okay it. But if they wanted to expand it outside of their property to city property, they would come to us for a contract to use that property. If they wanted to expand it to another property that's privately owned next door to them, that would not require anything come before council, but they could essentially, does that property have to be owned by the license holder?
We haven't had a situation like this yet, but I'm thinking those two entities would enter into a contract, or they would just allow that, and the city wouldn't be involved in that process.
Has to be owned or leased by the licensee.
Okay.
The adjacent property, and they can only do it for 15 days per calendar year. So
So it's
probably
not
don't-
going to happen a lot, but it just gives the ability for liquor license holders to expand their parameter where they can serve liquor.
The other thing that is a good point that you make is that they are liquor license holders. It's not nonprofits in this situation. It's just liquor license holders. And so, if they do something irresponsible, they have something to lose.
They could lose their license.
Potentially. I mean, that's the state that would do that, but yeah.
Yeah, I think this came to light because Alto, right, submitted a request, wanted to do something in city parking lot behind their building. And what we said is, yeah, per law, you can do that because the state law allows it, but you still got to come to us because it's a city parking lot.
Any additional comments from council? If there's none, I'd take a motion in regards to resolution 2021-145. Councilman Yerger,
Make a motion to deny this resolution. 2021-145.
is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2021-145.
Councilman Leggman,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
Item 17, a motion to approve interlocal agreement for joint parking lots with Fremont Public Schools. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. This is an interlocal agreement, although being a little bit late, but before Kim passed, I know she'd worked with the schools. We talked about it. She had the dollar amounts in her 21 budget to share the expense of building this parking lot. It just never got done. The interlocal never got done. And so what you have is an interlocal agreement that not only shares the cost of the existing lot that the school just built, which is on the west side. So there's really 4 lots there. 2 in the east are city owned, 2 in the west are owned by Fremont Public Schools. Parking lot that's currently constructed was in front of the 2 school lots. They paid 60%, we paid 40%. Should we continue and build another parking lot, which likely someday we will, it's our responsibility to pay the 60% then, and they'll pay 40%. And so the idea is that we certainly need more parking over there. The street would get jammed up, it would be unsafe. We wanted to get some of that parking off the street. Plus, we just don't have enough parking on some days around that lake over there. There just isn't enough parking. And so if you drive out there, you'll see the parking is already built for the first lot. Now we're coming through with the interlocal agreement between us and the school on who's going to pay for it. And then we're going to maintain each lot 50-50 going forward. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Councilman Yerger.
Any particular reason why the first lot was split 60-40 and the second lot's going to be split 40-60? Just curious.
I don't. I wasn't part of that.
Are they the same size lots?
The second one hasn't been built yet.
No, but would they be proportional?
Otherwise,
Same
the
size?
percentage would have to change, yes.
Well, I'm just curious. as
And
to-
actually, if you look at it, you really can't build much of a bigger lot than what we did already.
Just curious. Thanks.
Any other questions? Any comments from the public?
Larry Marvin, 635 North Main Street. Is this out at the middle school or whatever? And does the public have right to use the parking lots during the daytime or just during the weekends? Or what's the arrangement of public and private? That's new to me. Excuse me? Okay,
Yeah,
thank
Larry,
you.
we can't answer the questions.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. A point has been made over time that construction costs increase. I'd rather do the 50-50 now and do the 50-50 later. So if you have the same 10,000 square foot parking lot today at a 60% share of Fremont, 40% Fremont, and we build 10,000 square foot lot in 5 years because we find out we need it, I don't anticipate the costs are going to be the same. I'd rather do a 50-50 now and a 50-50 later and keep it clean. I'm not really sure why this agreement was struck this way. It's very odd. And I have to agree with Mr. Newton. You know, it's just, it seems odd to have that 60-40 and then switch it later. But construction costs don't go down. And as we found out on the construction of 29th Street, that was anticipated to be $1 million construction cost. Now you're looking at $2.5 million. And that was 3 years ago. So consider doing 50-50 as an amendment.
Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
Well, I'm interested in having an answer to Mr. Marvin's question about whether or not these are public parking lots then once built. And so even though they're adjacent to the school, public has a right to use these regardless of they're adjacent to the school and soccer fields. These are just public parking lots.
I believe the school is a public entity.
Well,
I'm not mistaken.
But I'm not sure that the public can just go park on school parking lots. That's. So how are these additional parking lots to be handled? They're not on the school property per se, like the high school parking lot.
They're joint.
Adjacent.
They're joint parking lots. So
Jointly owned, so public can use these at will.
unless there is an event or something where the city or the school needs to restrict parking.
Unless it was formally restricted.
Yeah.
So that's the answer to Mr. Marvin's question. I also agree with the other comment that was made with regards to cost, I guess. It's correct. Costs are not going to go anything but up over time. And striking a bargain of let's just split all the costs associated with these parking lots 50-50 now and in the future helps protect the citizens for the rising inflationary costs of doing construction. So I would make a motion to amend the separation agreement or the split agreements to 50-50 all the way through to match the maintenance.
Has this already been approved by the school board?
No, it's not. It's not. I'm sure the school won't argue if we pay a like bigger share. We need a budget for it, but the school's not gonna argue, that's for sure.
Councilman Jensen? Mary, can you turn off?
Well, then I guess that's my question. I mean, we're trying to stay within budget. I mean, this is already budgeted 41,000 to go 50-50 would take us over that. Is that not correct?
Yes. Yeah. Councilman Ellis?
Is this a budgeted expense?
It was.
It was
Yeah, in this year, Kim budgeted.
for 2021, so we've got to spend the money this year.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's the idea.
Okay, any other, that was a motion to amend, correct, Councilman Yerger? Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Legband?
I guess my question is then, well, if we did go 50-50, would we be able to even come up with the money to pay the 50-50 split?
Yeah.
Then I'll second it.
Everybody clear on the vote? Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
Moving on to, oh, thank you, Travis, thank you. Now I need a motion to approve the amended agreement. Councilman Legband,
Oops, sorry. I'll make that motion.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second it.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now moving on to resolution 2021-146 to approve M.E. Collins Contracting Company, Inc. Final acceptance of project for the Fremont Municipal Airport. Aircraft apron by authorizing the mayor to sign their certificate of completion and release provided by the Nebraska Department of Transportation Division of Aeronautics.
Dave Godikin, Director of Public Works. This is kind of an administrative procedure. This project has been completed for some time. This is the concrete airplane apron parking area adjacent to the terminal building that's being constructed now. Those are two separate projects. This just finalizes all the paperwork with the Department of Transportation to complete out this project. The total cost of the project for construction was $1,788,752.88. Engineering on the project was $549,878.97. And the Department of Aeronautics administrative costs, we're estimating that because that's not a final cost yet, is $6,863. Actually, the project came in a little under what the original bid was. I mean, it was $60,000, roughly $500 less than the contract price. So we were able to realize some savings during the construction of the project.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
Just a couple, Dave. I did try to reach out earlier today. I thought maybe I
I'm
could get
sorry,
this,
I missed you.
but I didn't get a hold of you. So my first question is, when I look at your staff report and the bill shows 2,343,408 in total, which includes an estimated administrative time beyond the 1788 that you have in the resolution. I'm just looking at the total bill and your staff report.
The bill, the 2,343,000, is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, that, if you look on the staff report, let's see, the original project inspection was 2,439,000. Yeah, I gotta think for a second.
I figured I had to think for a second too. What my question is, Dave, is the 2,345,494.85, which is what you put in the fiscal impact, and the total amount of the bill of 2,343,408.48. There's a difference of $2,086 and some change.
Oh, okay.
And I'm wondering, well, what's the difference?
The correct numbers, and that's the issue when you try to put all these numbers in here. Sometimes you get some incorrect. Let's see, the fiscal impact, total cost of the project, or site construction inspection is 2,345. The numbers that are up in the paragraph up above where it says construction total and engineering total, those numbers are correct. If there's a mismatch somewhere else, then that's an error.
Well, when I add the first two, the 1788 and the 549, that's 2,338,540, and then the administrative fees brings you up to the 2,345,494, which is your fiscal impact. But that number doesn't jibe with the number that's on the bill. And I suspect it's because the administrative time is different.
Yes. Yes, the
But
administrative.
the
we
difference
don't
there
know.
isn't the $2,086. So I won't quibble. I'm just was trying to
All right.
understand the math. The bottom line is that we're going to pay 10% of the 1,788,582 or 752. Is that
We'll
correct?
pay 10% of the total cost, the 2,343,000.
Okay, but that's not the resolution. The resolution says we're authorizing the mayor to certificate of completion against the 1,788,000. Is that not right?
Well, I don't know. I just added them up a few minutes ago and they came out. So you got to proceed here a little bit.
I just want to make sure we have the wording right and what we're
Mhm.
actually paying in the resolution.
Okay, so on the second whereas, the contract cost was 1.788. That's correct.
And we pay 10% of that. So
We
the
pay-
city's
yeah.
cost is $178,000.
Well, the city's costs will be 10% of the total cost.
Okay, therein lies my problem because I don't think our resolution tells us that. And maybe we need to fix this up so that we actually know. We want him to sign the completion agreement. Yes. And I want to know what we're authorizing him to pay. And if it's not 10% of 1788, then I'd like the now therefore be it resolved statement to actually say what are we paying? What's our 10%
We're
charge?
paying 10% of everything.
So
The entire cost of construction, the inspection, and
10%
the
of the
administrative.
2345, 494.
Yes.
So the whereas statement is we're authorizing 234,549.
Yeah, it
That's
should,
what
it should
we're
be the
authorizing.
total cost. Because
You
we're
have any,
paying
you have any problem with our putting the value that we're actually paying in the final resolution?
none
therefore
whatsoever,
statement?
none whatsoever.
Ask the clerk to, whatever the math comes out to be, it's 234,549.49 or something, I think.
48.
Amend the resolution in the whereas now be it therefore resolved statement to reflect the amount to be paid. I make a motion to do that.
Councilman Legman,
I second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now I take a motion in regards to resolution 2021-146 as amended. Councilman Yerger,
Make a motion to approve the amended resolution 2021-146.
Councilman Legman,
I'll second that also.
all right, cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Next item is 18, executive session for the purpose of discussion and update on all threatened potential and active litigation proceedings involving the city. Is there a motion by council to go into executive session? Councilman Jensen.
I move to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to threatened litigation and for further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest.
Councilman Sukram. Okay. Motion has been made and seconded to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing a strategy session with respect to threatened litigation for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest. Is there any discussion? Councilman Jensen, you're on. Councilman Yerger, you're on. Okay. Seeing no discussion, the pending motion is to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing a strategy session with respect to threatened litigation for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest. Cast your vote.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
A motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing a strategy session with respect to threatened litigation and for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest has been approved. Discussion will be limited to a strategy session with respect to threatened litigation. No official actions or votes will be taken during the executive session. We'll now move to the back conference room.
All right, pause. Did you see how it repeated like 3 times through there?
So when I did the packet, it was doing some weird stuff. Like when I tried to, do you remember when I said I was trying to upload it? It was like not uploading.
Did you
and then I
see
had to
how many
return
times
it.
it's in there?
Well, there's something happened weird too.
votes. Councilman Yerger, Councilman Jensen, Councilman Ellis, thank you.
Motion carries 7-0.
Take a motion to adjourn, Councilman Jensen.
Motion to adjourn.
Councilman Legman. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned.